Chapter 751. The Given Identity. Special Containment Procedures Foundation's trainee investigator Irina Ivanovic's eyes flickered slightly. This name may be just an unknown name for other wizards, but for a remnant party like her from the former Soviet Union, it is really too familiar. A month ago, it was this huge and mysterious organization that fell from the sky and changed her future. On the Huberian, she stood behind Elena Kaslana and witnessed the Russian Ministry of Magic, the International Federation of Wizards, the Magic Congress of the United States, the American Goblins, these incredible magics, the officials, how to dissolve in the red spell in the sky, almost lost their memories without any force to fight back. As for the wizard organization that defeated the era of the magic department, most of them wore similar metal badges on their chests. As for their identity, Irina Ivanovic turned her head subconsciously and looked at the Ravenclaw table not far away. At the end of the long table, Elena is still sitting there quietly, but unknowingly. In addition to Luna Lovegood, other freshmen who have just joined Ravenclaw are also enthusiastic. He picked up the plate and sat beside her. Sure enough, this is the so-called light. Irina's eyes were in a trance. Her thoughts drifted away, and she remembered that night a few days ago. Time, 2 days ago. Location, outskirts of St. Petersburg. Is this what you rely on against the International Wizarding Federation? Irina Ivanovic's pupils shrunk slightly, looking at the light curtain in front of Elena. A brand new army of wizards inherited Grindelwald's will, lurking on this basis, and expanded dozens of times. Great power. In front of them, a secret screen of rectangular light curtains spliced together. Hundreds of witches and wizards' heads appeared on the light curtain, waiting for Elena to issue instructions, and on each of them, there were glittering silver emblems. Judging from the remarks in the upper right corner of each person's light curtain, they are all on board at this time. Prepare, disarm curse, coma curse, alternate saturation salvo 3 rounds. Elena waved carelessly, her fingers volley in the air lightly, accompanied by the girl's magic power. A layer of invisible ripples spread across the entire bridge in an instant. Then, all the light guide channels of the launching pad opened, revealing a groove just enough for a magic wand to be placed in, as if already it has evolved hundreds of times in advance. The wizards skillfully drew out their wands, put them in the grooves, and began to chant. Deep in the groove, there are several modified 6-barreled Gatling guns. It's just that the original inlet for bombs has now been temporarily replaced with a huge magic concave lens, and the spells from all directions converge again, and after refraction and reflection, they pour out down the barrel of the artillery. The crimson rain fell from the sky. After the saturation shooting is over, clean up the battlefield according to the original plan. It's over. Elena glanced at the sporadic counterattacks below her eyes, said quietly, and immediately closed the light curtain. Due to the delays of Newt and Dumbledore, there were not too many members of the Russian Ministry of Magic who arrived on the battlefield at this time. Most of them were Elytras from the Magic Congress of the United States and a small number of American Gringotts fairies. In fact, from the moment Newt's commander joined, the ending has completely lost suspense. The plan is very simple: delete the memories of all the hostile members present, and let these officials fight against the heir. After half a year of Ulyanov's rescue plan, the Forgotten Curse can be said to be one of the most familiar and expert spells of this group of wizards. It does not require Elena to spend extra energy to worry about. At this time, Elena finally had free time to slowly taste the immaturity of the demon's adjutant. You just said the army? No, they were never soldiers. Elena raised the corner of her mouth, patted the empty space of the chair lightly, and motioned for Irina to sit next to her. Immediately afterwards, she drew her magic wand and waved it in the air. The light curtain that appeared in front of the two of them just now appeared again, but this time the number of people was obviously much smaller, and they were all still photos and files, instead of the previous communication images of the Huberian Bridge Real-Time Command. Kurt Mayer, owner and bartender of Salt Branch Bar in Salzburg, Bill Weasley, the cursecaster of the Egyptian branch of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Jidro Lockhart, best-selling author and freelance writer. Frank. Like a small chat, Elena pointed to the pictures on the screen and introduced them one by one enthusiastically. Of course, they now have an additional identity, members of the Special Containment Procedures Foundation, but according to their status, abilities and personal wishes, they hold different positions in the Foundation, non-profit and zero remuneration positions. Special Containment Procedures Foundation? Irina Ivanovich repeated a little curiously. However, before her voice fell, the light curtain in front of her flickered, and a series of textured three-dimensional English appeared in front of her as if emerging from the abyss, finally forming a huge emblem. Yes, as you can see, this is not a force organization. Elena shrugged, looking pointedly at the emblem in front of her, her tone complicated. If one day, you sit in this position, I hope you must remember that the most powerful force in the world never comes from violent organizations for the purpose of destruction. Only these are brought together by ordinary people. Only when the sparks of the sky can completely light up the vast, dark night sky above human beings, power can never override ordinary people. But if we don't show strength, how can we bring them together? Irina Ivanovich said, with a hint of confusion in her voice. The rain of spells in the sky has gradually stopped, and the lower part has become extremely quiet. Except for the sporadic magical light, the area covered by the Huberian is like a quiet cemetery, exuding a touch of awe-inspiring coldness. The officials of the Ministry of Magic and the members of the International Federation of Wizards who had broken into her house, took away Grandpa's wand, and put Grandpa under house arrest in the Woodwood hut behind the house, waiting to die quietly, did not have any decent resistance in Irina's eyes. It was like those powers and powers of the world, at this moment as fragile as she was locked in the bedroom by her father. Chapter 1. Ma. Chapter 752. Go forward a little bit. Double more. At night, on the Huberian Bridge. It's very simple. Let yourself be the light in the dark. Elena smiled slightly, looked at the flame in the eyes of the girl who looked like her, and said softly, in 2 days, Hogwarts will start. Not surprisingly, I will be the least popular outsider in one of the academies. But this is not a Hidaki Ifu, it is a light source in the dark, and people will naturally gather in the direction where you are, and all you need to do is to move on. Then, Miss Ivanovich, Elena flipped her wrist casually, and then tossed a silver metal badge. You now have a choice. Take this badge. Join the Special Containment Procedures Foundation, become one of the sparks that gather around me, follow in my footsteps to change the world. Or, Elena stood up, her small body casting a huge shadow on the wall under the light curtain. Shadow. Irina returned to her senses and took a deep look at the second grader with pale blonde hair next to her. In yesterday's Shadow Prefect Challenge, she noticed that Miss Leifer had looked at this boy several times and seemed to have been expecting him to participate in the selection. However, he did not have anything until the end of the school opening ceremony. Action. In comparison, the two sturdy boys behind Draco were even more eye-catching. Moonlight 7, really a good title, I understand. Irina Ivanovich nodded, looked at the bright red dip in front of him, and replied softly, I heard this time last year, a team of freshmen swept across the colleges appeared in Hogwarts, and you are one of them. I hope that before the first flight class, I know how to inherit this tradition. As you wish. This is not a complicated matter. He will give you a list before Wednesday. Draco Malfoy raised his mouth and stood up, tapping his fingers on the dinner plate beside the girl. And before that, dear Miss Ivanovich, I hope you will enjoy the food of Slytherin College. If you want to be the Shadowfer, just a Shadow Prefect is far from enough. I approve of. Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Malfoy. Irina took a deep breath, and in the unkind gaze of the senior Slytherin students, she stretched out a silver spoon to scoop a small amount of bright red chili sauce and put it on the tip of her tongue. Chewing, as if tasting dessert. As a wizard, with preparation, it is almost impossible to go wrong in such a place. Unlike Harry, Ron, and even Draco, Irina, who was born in Ivanovich's family, has accepted the old Ivanovic's magical talent almost since she first revealed her magical talents. Teaching the Kordos Doros School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the initiator of the Golden Crucible competition. It is so simple to taste potions and magic materials. After a few seconds, Irina put down the spoon, picked up the napkin and wiped her mouth gracefully. The taste is not bad, at least it is a normal thing, much better than the secretions of the dandimang. In return, I will also give you a small piece of advice or suggestion if you don't want to be expelled. Then next time you see me in public, I hope you can remember to call me Prefect Class Investigator, Mr. Malfoy. In Slytherin College, forgetting the other party's status and authority is a very noticeable thing. After Irina finished speaking, she finished her breakfast and 2 bites, and stood up and said goodbye to the surrounding senior students. Immediately afterwards, the girl led a group of Slytherin freshmen by the side of the Gryffindor table, generously towards a red-haired girl who had almost finished her breakfast, and was watching her with a vigilant face, said with a smile, "It's almost time, Ginny, let's go to the field outside the castle for training together." Ginny Weasley looked at Irina with some caution, but did not respond. And beside her, several other Weasley boys also stopped talking almost instantly, frowning, looking strangely at the little guy in the silver-green Slytherin robe, calmly exchanged eyes. In fact, with Irina's voice, almost the entire Gryffindor and Slytherin College was quiet a bit. "I remember you. You are..." Percy Weasley frowned, trying to remember yesterday's sorting house, and said slowly, "Irina Ivanovic, Prefect Weasley." Irina took Percy Weasley's words naturally, and replied with a smile, "Thanks to Mr. Weasley's help, I was able to reach Hogwarts smoothly. My father and I have always wanted to express our gratitude to your father, but there is no contact address for your home, so I can only ask you to be here a little abruptly." Conveyed it. "Dad, are you Daddy's friends?" Ginny Weasley asked curiously. "No, I just took a flying vehicle modified by Mr. Weasley." Irina Ivanovich shook her head, and said softly in a very natural way according to what Elena had prompted, "Transportation?" Percy Weasley was stunned, with a look of confusion in his eyes. "It can fly, I get it. Isn't it cool?" At this moment, Fred Weasley stood up with some excitement, and said with a look of envy, "Dad has always been reluctant to let me and George touch, but we both know that it is definitely pretty cool. It is definitely pretty awesome. It's a pity that the whole summer vacation has passed, and we still haven't found a chance." "Well, if you don't want to be chopped into pieces by your mother, it's best not to use this brain." George Weasley glanced at his brother, then turned his head to look at Irina. His eyes became cordial. "Speaking of which, did you really fly? Where did you go from? What's it like?" "This, you know where I came from. As for more, I promised not to say." Irina looked at the red-haired boys who surrounded her for a moment, and spread their hands helplessly. "This situation is a bit complicated, you know. Ministry of Magic, I advise you to write to Mr. Weasley directly. After all, I don't know what to say and what not to say. I don't want to cause trouble to Mr. Weasley." "Understood, understood. Wow, it's so cool." The Weasley twin brothers exchanged glances, revealing a tacit expression worthy of being their father. As for what Irina said, they have no doubts. Even their mother does not know the mystery of the old Ford parked in the backyard of the house. This is an insurance in itself. Up. So, Charlie Weasley glanced at his brothers with a gentle smile. Unlike these little guys who are still in school, after graduating from Hogwarts, Charlie Weasley has come into contact with all kinds of wizards, and due to the relationship between the Fire Dragon research, the purer blood wizards who deal with him are not a minority. Because of this, he knew very well that the wizards of Slytherin College were mostly normal wizards just like them. "Ginny, don't be shy. Didn't you always want to make friends at Hogwarts?" Charlie Weasley patted his little sister on the head, and took the initiative to put Ginny's hand in Irina's hand. "We are students of Gryffindor." This kind of hesitation is not enough. "Let's go. You go to the venue first. I will come over later." I remember like our group of older students returning to school, First I will be with you for a week. At the end of the auditorium, the long table of the faculty seat. I think there is nothing worth arguing about the 4 colleges attending classes together for the time being. Dumbledore turned his head and glanced at Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall beside him. It turns out that Miss Castellana is not a special case. The old wizard gently pushed the spectacle frame and let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. The children are behaving much better than us. Times have indeed changed. As school educators, I think we can also start to try to abandon some prejudices and return Hogwarts to the intimacy and beauty of the school. The original intention. You are right. Professor McGonagall nodded and said with some emotion. Of course, that's our shadow prefect. A smile appeared on Snape's mouth, and then in Dumbledore's calm gaze. The conversation turned and he continued very naturally. Gryffindor also said, yes, so is Hufflepuff. Humphrey. Professor McGonagall snorted softly in his nose, and did not choose to dismantle the platform at this time. At the same time, the freshman team not far away moved again. The gold-red and silver-green robes gathered together and walked towards the nearby Hufflepuff long table. A little further away, there are some little wizards in sky-blue robes who are turning their heads, watching the flow of people curiously and expectantly. Some of them have already finished breakfast and stood up nervously, not knowing if they should leave or stay. At the end of this journey, a little silver hoard witch quietly cut the food on the plate. It seems that everything has nothing to do with her. Chapter 2. Ma! Chapter 753. Feeding and Threats. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Danilova had not heard the story about Elena. Whether it is Alexei or Frank, the novice wizard who is responsible for guiding and protecting them, they are quite trustworthy in regard to the confidentiality of organizational information. In fact, most scholars are not able to reach Elena level. But this does not mean that little Danny has never seen the name Elena Castellana. At this moment, Danilova was holding a big black book, carefully looking at the white-haired dumpling next to her. Really? You are one of the editors of this book? The girl said with a shocked look. Even though Elena got a positive answer just now, she still looked like a repeater, asking repeatedly in disbelief. Elena Castellana, this is the latest edition of Hogwarts, a school history the editor of. From learning about the existence of the magical world to stepping into the castle, she read this book several times almost every day. It's just an editor, there's nothing to fuss about. Elena calmly sliced the steak on the plate, and brought it to Danilova's mouth. Very naturally, open your mouth. I heard the story about you in front of the Eagle Ring yesterday. It seems that you have a good mathematical foundation. Fortunately, you have the idea of solving the problem for everyone. Otherwise everyone might be trapped in the corridor last night. It's outside. QO is about well. Looking at the exquisite profile face in front of him, Danilova's eyes were a little dazed. She opened her mouth unconsciously, and caught the feeding from Elena, then her face flushed, and she tried to swallow the food in her mouth, said, "You solved the question last night, did you?" Miss Lovegood didn't hear my answer. She had already left when I answered, and she didn't even go up the stairs, so the one you said earlier, the assumption is not true. Yes, not right. I do know the solution, but Elena narrowed her eyes, the silver blade in her hand flexibly rotated through an arc of light, and stopped in front of Danilova. If Miss Ravenclaw comes back to life, how do you think she would choose? That question is not difficult. As long as you calm down and arrange it with pen and paper, everyone can get the correct answer, but you choose the most wrong solution. Danilova's breathing suddenly stopped. The silver knife stopped at the tip of her nose, and a very dangerous breath gradually diffused from it. Will die. Really will die. Danilova trembled. Her thin body subconsciously hugged the big black book on her chest. And the most important thing is that apart from Elena and her, no one else around seemed to realize what was happening. Even the other little wizards who were close at hand were still smiling and talking, and did not face this. Take one more look. Tonight, similar topics will reappear in the mouth of the bronze eagle. Elena slowly retracted the blade in her hand, continued to cut the steak in front of her, and said casually, "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest treasure of mankind. This wisdom should be the spirit of human exploration, not the cleverness of shortcuts. If you successfully pass the Eagle Ring test tonight, then I can announce that you have passed the entrance examination in advance." "Huh? Entrance assessment? Yes, but..." Danilova was stunned, and subconsciously looked at the long table of faculty members not far away. Regarding the admission assessment, she certainly knows what Elena is talking about. In the admission letter sent to her by Hogwarts, there is a very eye-catching additional clause. If she fails to pass the first month's admission assessment, the wand will be confiscated. It's just that Danilova had always thought that this assessment should come from the professors, not your current wand. 12 inches, black walnut, with a small silver moon emblem at the end. This was sent with your admission letter. This is a wand that has not been formally registered. It seems to be you at this time. Before Danilova could react, I saw that Elena suddenly took out a stack of familiar pieces of paper from her pocket. On the voucher that looks similar to a common calling card, an abstract rabbit head is drawn. The only difference from Danilova's impression is that these voucher appearing in Elena's hands are not present at this time. Writing text. "I think you should remember this." Elena smiled and fumbled for a pen from her side, and quickly wrote a line on it. "A new way ticket of the Huberian commemorative edition." This handwriting is really familiar to Danilova, whether it was the address on the owl's letter, or the invitation text in the letter, or even the magic ferry ticket that led their family to the unknown steel house. It was all with the same beautiful flower writing on it. But in Danilova's ears, the whispers like the devil continued to permeate. That was a forged admission notice. If nothing else, this process will arrive at the Russian Ministry of Magic in half a year at the earliest. If the Kodos Dora's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry disagrees, it may never be. A rival roll of parchment with your name on it that appeared at the sorting ceremony was also dropped and replaced in advance. But don't worry, apart from me, few people know about this little Danny. Elena picked up a piece of steak and gently brought it to the mouth of the little girl who seemed to have turned into a sculpture. "If you don't know the answer tonight, then at 10 o'clock in the evening, wait for me at the gate of the castle. I will set up another small test for you. Remember, you can come alone. No, open your mouth. What? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Ask for a day off. Make up tomorrow. Today is the breeder's birthday, and I promised to accompany him. After I went home, I didn't have time to finish today's update. I will make up tomorrow. By the way, the advance notice will start from Friday until Monday, and there may be a break. A series of wedding photos will be taken at Balabala. Well, afterwards, if the effect is good, it should be put in the group, right? Chapter 754, The Fateful Friend. Well, the time is up. You should go find your friends. As Elena's voice fell, the surroundings instantly became clear again. If it wasn't for the Humu memorial voucher that suddenly came out in her hand, Danilova almost thought that everything was just an illusion, and Elena had lowered her head and concentrated on eating breakfast and did not continue to talk. The meaning of around them, apart from Luna Lovegood, who seemed to turn her head and take another look, no one else looked over. Elena, I don't understand. Danilova squeezed the paper coupon in her hand nervously, plucking up the courage and preparing to speak. At this moment, Irina Ivanovic came over, and not far behind her, dozens of Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin first-year freshmen are introducing themselves and communicating in twos and threes, and the mighty flow of people is like a scenic line that attracts everyone. Gaze. Sorry, excuse me. Have you eaten well? Irina stopped beside Elena and asked gracefully. The girl's gaze crossed Elena and fell on the somewhat dazed Ravenclaw first-year freshman beside her, with a strange look in her eyes. Is this the little witch who came from the same place as her, but was born in a family of mole scholars? Looking at the dazed Danilova, Irina smiled and proactively stretched out her right hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Irina Ivanovic, a first-year Slytherin freshman. The Hogwarts freshman entrance training is about to begin. let's go to the venue outside the castle together. That's right. My family used to live in St. Petersburg. Huh? Me. My name is Danilova and I live in. Facing the famous first-year Slytherin freshman, Danilova stood up in a panic, and replied quickly with some embarrassment. Her eyes involuntarily glanced at Elena K, who was sitting next to her. Slana. I don't know why, Danilova always feels that although Irina's eyes are on her, her attention is on her side. Come on, freshman. Welcome to Hogwarts. Elena picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of her mouth gracefully, and glanced at the little witch who was talking next to her. A meaningful look flashed in her eyes. When she stood up and passed by, she used a voice that only they could hear. Said softly, "Be sure to get along well, dear. First-year little guys." The daughter of a nuclear physicist in the former Soviet Union, and the granddaughter of the wizard traitor in the Chernobyl incident. I have to admit that this world is so wonderful. Even she doesn't know what the future will be. The only thing that is certain is that since the moment the two little witches set foot on the Huberian, the world began to change. It's different. Elena smiled happily at the two selected children, and walked towards the other end of the auditorium. The new school year at Hogwarts has just begun. These immature first-year freshmen have to go through a long period of campus life if they want to become friends. Before that, Elena did not intend to play too much in it. Character. At least for Elena at this moment, this is not the most important thing. According to Hogwarts' second grade class schedule this year, her first class was a math and science class together in the 4 colleges. At the entrance of the auditorium not far away, Hermione and Hannah are already standing there. Judging from the expressions on the faces of the two little wings that have grown up, if she fails to explain her betrayal, if you do, you will probably suffer a bit. It's just that two 12-year-old girls. How could the great fairy queen, the third-generation Dark Lord, and the head of Hogwarts Academy be afraid? I know what you want to ask. Elena stopped and said before Hannah and Hermione could speak. Well, in any case, you should listen to me to explain. Oh, I don't know the Dean of Hogwarts, the summer homework organizer. What reason do you have this time? Hermione snorted softly, a hint of joking and dissatisfaction in her voice. At the breakfast table just now, she had already heard the news from Percy Weasley. Compared to being tricked into learning a bunch of mathematics that would only be learned in non-magical universities during the holidays, I don't know which one makes her more angry. What made Hermione even more unhappy was that Elena hardly wrote to her throughout the summer. But it's okay. The first class is in the large classroom on the 6th floor of the castle. We can talk as we walk. Hannah, the little dumb hair on top of Elena's head twisted in fear. But Elena, you are wearing Ravenclaw college clothes today. Hannah glanced at the blue emblem on Elena's chest, and said quietly, in Hogwarts, the relationship between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw is not friendly. After all, smart people always need something simple to set off themselves. When I was in the lounge last night, Prefect Cedric vaguely wanted her to convey the thoughts of everyone in the academy. If Elena was persecuted by Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore, then look for opportunities to snatch her from Ravenclaw. Even if the other 3 colleges come to the door, with Hufflepuff's strength, there is no need to be afraid. Hufflepuff finally had the hope of winning 7 consecutive championships. Everyone knew the key point. Recalling the conversation in the lounge last night, Hannah turned her head to look at the white-haired dumpling next to her, and said seriously, "Don't be afraid, Elena. If you are threatened, you tell me quietly, and we will help you figure out a solution." The road from the castle auditorium to the classroom on the 6th floor is extremely long. Although living in Hogwarts for a whole year, for Elena, this active castle is still as full of novelty as she had arrived on the first day. But this does not mean that she does not have the most basic path concept. We definitely have gone a long way. Surely we are. Elena looked around at the surroundings and said with confidence, "This is the 9th time that she has started to climb the upward staircase. The destination is a strange platform that seems to have been acquainted. There is no reference on the platform, only a very beautiful landscape painting. Besides that, there is even a silhouette of a person." nothing. There is no mistake. Do you recall a scene we have been to repeat? Hermione carefully recognized the direction, and subconsciously avoided Eleanor's eyes, pointed to the empty corridor in front of the right, and whispered solemnly, "I think it should be this road." Then, afterwards, "Professor Dumbledore, still did you say something?" "It's really gone. The 4 colleges have joined forces to divide me up. There is no conspiracy or oppression." Elena sighed helplessly and looked at the 2 wings next to her. "After coming out of the lounge, I went back to the lounge of Ravenclaw College with Luna, and went to bed immediately after returning. Nothing happened." "Well, Elena really didn't lie this time." Hannah stared at the little dull hair on Eleanor's head for a few seconds, then turned her head and said, "Granger, I think it's almost done. We're going to be late." After more than a year of getting along with each other, Nanaemon has almost mastered a new polygraph technique. Compared to the white-haired dumplings who are likely to open their eyes and tell lies at any time, the dumb hair on the top of Eleanor's head, it is always difficult to control one's emotions. "Don't worry, everything is under control." Hermione shook her head and opened a drapery next to the aisle on the right. Behind the black hole drapery, there were narrow, rapidly rotating wooden stairs. She glanced at the friends around her. Hermione said quite proudly, "Walking here, Fred told me a fast track. From here you can go directly to the Gryffindor Lounge corridor." "So where are we now?" The corners of Eleanor's mouth twitched slightly, and she glanced at Hermione helplessly. For the first time in her life, she experienced the humiliation and helplessness of mermaid meet as a road idiot. It was too difficult in this situation. If she had not succeeded in controlling the dumb hair just now, it would be better. Take a few laps. It should be somewhere in the North Tower of Hogwarts. Hermione Granger stuck her tongue out, before Elena could continue to speak. "Anyway, remember what you promised us on the road before. Go back to Gryffindor College to sleep on Tuesday and Hufflepuff on Thursday. Chi Academy sleeps classes will start in a quarter of an hour. Let's go quickly, if you don't want to be late for the first class of the new semester." "Don't worry, I will definitely come to you on Tuesday to play." Elena glanced at Hermione, who was as proud as a little fox, and replied meaningfully, "It's not the best time to do it right now." When the weakest calculator takes the order, she will let Granger understand what it means. All gifts from Destiny have already been secretly marked for prices. As for now, Elena looked at the rebellious and eye-catching Taihanhan beside her, and a deep sense of helplessness emerged in her heart. Now, Elena finally realizes the feeling of being bound by Grindelwald and Dumbledore at such a close distance. Unless she strengthened her power to an uncontrollable level in one breath, or used some powerful spells that might cause damage to Hannah, she would not be able to control it in an instant. Living here has the little wings that have mastered part of her abilities, especially when they are in a hurry. They will attack her hopefully. The affairs of Irina and Danilova will not be revealed so quickly, otherwise. Chapter 755, The Door to Knowledge. With the end of the maze torture time, the girls finally started to face another question. As Irina said, if they don't step up their pace, they may really be late on the first day of school. Wait for Mayo too." Hermione gasped for breath, followed behind Elena and Hannah, and ran down the spiraling stairs towards the corridor of the Gryffindor Academy Lounge. In terms of physical strength, after all, she couldn't compare to the other 2 little witches. Even during the summer vacation, Hermione Granger deliberately strengthened part of the physical exercise. It was still a big gap compared with the 2 short-distance sprinting humanoid monsters. Hannah and Elena, Hermione's physique is still slightly weaker. After running several hundred meters in one breath, she has already started to feel a little dizzy. However, fortunately, they finally reached the corridor on the 7th floor of the castle. In the increasingly clear voices, the 3 of Elena flexibly walked down the moving stairs. This time, Elena finally did not sink into the groove of Gryffindor, and finally came to a some unfamiliar platform on the 6th floor. There are a total of 142 staircases in Hogwarts. This is the number recorded in the previous editions of Hogwarts, A School History. but no wizard has ever really walked through it. All stairs in this magic castle where everything is constantly moving. Many stairs will only move over when they are really needed. At least in Hermione Granger's impression, in the past year, they have never seen this corridor on the 6th floor in the future. On the platform, most of the second-year students have gathered here in advance. This is a relatively rare event in Hogwarts, because normally, everyone should be in the classroom at this time. Find a good place in it. Did something happen? Why are you all stuck at the door? Elena frowned and coughed slightly. The age of 11 or 12 is when most children begin to develop their bodies. Compared with the group of little quails last year, most of the students in her grade now have at least one head taller. When the students from the 4 colleges gathered together, they immediately blocked her sight. Can't see anything. As for things about tiptoeing or jumping to see the situation behind, it is impossible for her to happen. Big sister, are you here? Look, it seems a bit strange here. Hearing Elena's voice, the little wizards stopped discussing and turned their heads to look over. Among the crowd, Ron Weasley scratched his hair with some annoyance, and pointed to the place on the side of the wall. There is a simple carved stone door with the brand new brass sign Mathematics and Physics Classroom. Sorry, I didn't find anything weird. Elena raised her eyebrows, walked through the crowd, and took a closer look at the closed stone gate in front of her. Unlike other schools in the non-magical world, many doors in Hogwarts have a certain magical power. If you don't use the right way, or kindly ask them to open, or poke the right place, it won't open. There are some doors that are not even real, just like the curtain door they just passed through. And the door to the Palace of Mathematics that appeared in front of them now is obviously such a special door. There is no threshold for knowledge. Please come in, Elena read softly. Isn't this already obvious? But Ron Weasley scratched his cheek and glanced at the hard stone gate. Platform 9 3/4, remember? As if to answer the question in his heart, Elena smiled and said softly. While talking, Elena glanced at the stone gate that exuded familiar magic waves, and a curious look flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that there was this magic in Hogwarts. This was not a mere illusion, but illusion. Kind of profound space magic. In other words, if you think about it carefully, this doesn't seem to be surprising at first. Not surprisingly, when the British Ministry of Magic was building the magic platform at King's Cross Station, most of it borrowed this magic that already existed in Hogwarts Castle. The only difference is that the selection criteria for this door are not wizards. But, don't worry, just walk over with firm will, Elena said with a chuckle, and walked quickly toward the seemingly hard rock wall. Hesitating in the face of the unknown is the biggest barrier, which is why Dumbledore suggested that this place be a classroom. If a little wizard approaches this stone gate at a very slow speed, then it will become extremely hard, no matter the texture or hardness is any different from the castle wall. But if you choose to ignore the existence of this gate, it will overcome the fear. If you step forward, then this door will lead to another piece of space like platform 9 3/4. At least Albus Dumbledore explained it this way last night. Needless to say, choosing to let another student try it in advance may be a safer way. But as the Dean of Hogwarts, Moonlight, Elena is still unable to act like certain villains after all. And on the other hand, the reason why the students behind her trust her is also this. A little. Whether it's the Moonlight ceremony at school, the journey of Quidditch freshman competition, the daily learning and training in the castle, and the resistance to campus bullying from senior students, Elena has always been the arrow at the forefront of the crowd and light source. Of course, if you accidentally hit the wall, it doesn't matter, big deal. Just take down this broken door. Elena calmly looked at the closer and closer Shyman, and the steps under her feet became more and more brisk. This stone gate looks quite sturdy, and I don't know how many times it can withstand the justice from Her Majesty the Queen. If that Lauxin Lauluo intends to cheat her on such details, then she will naturally open a new world line with pleasure. It's just that nothing happened. She didn't feel any hindrance. This is a very large classroom that looks vaguely familiar. In fact, It doesn't look like the usual rooms in Hogwarts Castle, but it's more like the kind of lecture hall in the university that Elena remembered. She was in a trance and even seemed to have traveled back to the original. The illusion of the world. Nearly 80 desks are neatly arranged in the huge space, and on each desk are placed a brand new exercise book, a box of pencils, a stack of scratch paper, and 2 textbooks. At the front end of the classroom are 4 giant blackboards that can be moved up and down. A few chalk boxes are placed on the podium in the center of the classroom. The sun shines through the windows and spills into the classroom. The air is filled with summer clarity. At the edge of the podium, some bald Mr. Alexei was lowering his head, carefully checking the lesson plan. "Huh? You are here. Find a place to sit down. We are about to prepare for class." Hearing the movement from the side of the classroom, the middle-aged man raised his head with a gentle smile on his face. Along with the appearance of Elena, one after another little wizards appeared in the classroom. Most of them had a look of excitement and curiosity on their faces. Looking at their surroundings is kind of ingenuity. The way of entering the classroom gave many little wizards a sense of ritual, as if stepping into a new world. Seeing the children gathered on the side of the classroom, Alexei took a deep breath. He couldn't help but recall the good time when he gave math lectures in the university, but this time, these students are younger than the children before, and have greater potential at the same time. Also more troublesome. All seats are the same. Each person has one copy of the above information. Alexei cleared his throat and pointed to the empty tables in the classroom. Since he had just taken over this job from his teacher a few days ago, he didn't have time to study how the teaching materials purchased by the students should be used. In a hurry, he could only deal with it a little bit in the way he taught his daughter before. After all, according to Miss Teresa Apocalypse, most of the little wizards have almost zero mathematical foundation. Well, by the way, that Miss Destiny now seems to be called Elena Castellana. While waiting for the students to take their seats awkwardly, Alexei looked thoughtfully at the 3 little witches directly in front of the podium. If he guessed right, this should be the one. Students outside the batch specification. Of course, Hannah, Elena, and Hermione were sitting at the same table. First of all, welcome everyone to the math and science classroom. Alexei stood up and walked to the podium. You can call me Mr. Alexei. That's right, as Professor Dumbledore said, I am not a wizard, so this lesson will not involve anything directly related to magic. Here we mainly explore philosophical issues about nature. Following the middle-aged man's opening remarks, there was a small commotion in the classroom. Even before that, they had learned about this decision from Professor Dumbledore, but when they were really in this class, most of the little wizards still showed some absurd resistance in their hearts. As if he hadn't noticed the commotion in the classroom, Alexei paused for a while and continued. In this world, whether it is a wizard or a mole, we cannot see the whole world, cannot hear the correct voice, and even the past experience is not so reliable, but we still have a way to recognize, to explore the truth of this world. This is also one of the few trustworthy things in human civilization when facing the unknown mathematics. Today's update: there should be another chapter tomorrow. Like Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue, please collect it. Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue is the fastest update. Chapter 756: Fun Mathematics Lessons and French. Just like all disciplines, in the field of mathematics, the factor of talent does exist. In the classroom, Alexei's eyes slowly swept across the immature faces in the classroom, and he spoke quietly. As the deputy director of the top nuclear physics research institute in the former Soviet Union, he is not the kind of scholar who can only do research. With some tips from Taiwan, he wants to create an aura to bluff these 11 or 12-year-old children. Not difficult. With the sight of the middle-aged man passing by, the classroom gradually became quiet. Even the children from the pure-blooded wizard family, who had the most opinions about this, in addition to showing a slight dissatisfaction on their faces, stopped talking. Among Hogwarts, there was a certain white-hair who was fearless to Anzi. Among them, there hasn't been any problem students who are arrogant enough to violate discipline directly in the classroom. Perhaps there have been, but most of them have become campus talks. In front of the podium at the front of the classroom, Alexei continued the opening remarks adjusted with Elena's help. However, in the course of mathematics, you will not be able to touch the so-called bottleneck of mathematics talent for the time being until your efforts reach a certain level. Therefore, if you fail to pass the final exam for your own reasons, then according to the rules of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you may still be relegated. Of course, I believe no one will. Hearing this, the little wizards exchanged glances, and gradually put away the indifferent expressions on their faces. No matter what they think deep down in their hearts, but from the current situation, it is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to confront the professor in this class, especially when the threat appears extremely clearly in their ears. Professor Dumbledore once told me that compared with the talents in the magic field, many great wizards are extremely weak in logical reasoning and mathematical thinking. This often becomes an obstacle or a fatal shortcoming in their way to the next step. Alexei's voice gradually became deep and solemn, and the little wizards subconsciously held their breath and looked nervously at the podium. In addition, this is also a very important survival skill, Miss Abbott. At this moment, Alexei suddenly turned his head, looked at Hannah Abbott, who was sitting directly across from him, and raised the volume slightly. I heard that your family has been operating a wizard bar in a commercial street for nearly 100 years. So how do you think you should evaluate the business situation of the bar, and on what basis to determine that the bar is in a virtuous circle? It should be not bad. There are still quite a lot of guests every day. Suddenly hearing her own name, Hannah was startled at first, and then replied nervously, the number of people does not represent profit, food consumed, charcoal fire, employee salaries, these are all costs. Have you ever thought that you have been operating at a loss, but the adults in the family did not tell you the news? Alexei said calmly, and Zhu Guang glanced at the teaching plan on the table. Especially when all the expenses of your family depend on this income, and after this course, it can at least help you establish a basic loan accounting entry, which can answer what I just said in the first time. That question, instead of going to the vault of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and recounting the total assets little by little, I will definitely study hard in the future, don't worry, sure. Hannah Abbott swallowed nervously, her face was solemn, and she replied very seriously. In Elena's rather satisfied look, Alexei twitched his mouth and sighed helplessly in his heart. Had it not been for the majesty of the eldest destiny and the request of his teacher, he should have discussed topics in the research room at this time, instead of accompany a group of 12 or 3-year-old guys here to play this kind of extreme childish persuasive performance. However, judging from the current situation, Elena's previous suggestions are indeed very effective. At least between this question and answer, the curiosity on the faces of the other little guys in the classroom became more and more intense. You know, one of the most important purposes for Elena to help Alexei prepare these opening remarks is to show silently that Alexei is not an ordinary mole who knows nothing about the magical world, whether it is the Broken Cauldron Bar, or what Albus Dumbledore had said, were all evidence of the identity of Professor Alexei. Among them, Tai Han, who is the head of the third sister, is undoubtedly the easiest object to come to join the audience. Alexei looked around the students in the classroom, turned around and started writing on the blackboard. Our course this year mainly covers 2 sections. In the first semester, we mainly study number theory, which is the main branch of pure mathematics, including simple 4 operations, simple equations. In fact, it is the so-called arithmetic. First, we learn the first content, the writing and reading of numbers from 1 to 100. But this may be slightly different from the numbers you have learned before. In today's course, I will teach you how to write and read these 100 numbers in French. You can think of it as a section. Interesting math class. You can also regard it as a special foreign language class. It's a little short, sorry, I don't have time to write. Chapter 757, The Turning Point of the Magic World. Number theory, or mathematical theory, is a name that only appeared in the 20th century. Before this, People usually call this branch of pure mathematics that specializes in integers defining integers as arithmetic. Because of its basic status in mathematical principles, it is often called mathematics queen. In fact, even in the second half of the 20th century, where Elena and the others are now, the study of arithmetic in mathematical theory also has a very important position. This aspect is mainly from the influence of French mathematics. The field of modern mathematical theory is the most powerful and also the most prosperous kingdom of mathematics. This power of mathematics is not only reflected in the number of mathematics geniuses, but also comes from the daily foundation and atmosphere. Compared with other countries in the world, French does not use decimal logic when expressing numbers. The basic counting in French is in the base 20 mode. For example, the expression of 99 is 4 times 20 plus 10 plus 9. After the popularization of mobile phones, this has become a nightmare for all foreign tourists who want to find a romantic trip in France. In France, French people do not read phone numbers one by one like in other countries. It's like the simplest example. For example, 65,978,376. The French does not pronounce 65,978,376, but 65,978,380 for 2 digits. It sounds like 60 plus 5, 4 by 20 plus 10 plus 9, 4 by 20 plus 3, 60 plus 16. In addition, if we talk about the difficulty of the test-oriented education system in the field of mathematics, China's college entrance examination can only rank second. As the most difficult and rigorous test-oriented education system in the world, French students who want to enter university must study calculus and linear algebra skills very hard in the 2 or 3 years of high school to cope with the most difficult skills in the world. The college entrance examination, if converted into Chinese mathematics textbooks, it is not a simple 3rd grade, but a sophomore. However, since this year, French middle school mathematics is no longer the only most wonderful test-oriented education content. In Hogwarts Castle in the Scottish Highlands, the same content is appearing in wizards' classrooms. Professor Alexei, sorry, I have a question. Elena swept over the surrounding little wizards, and before the confusion on their faces appeared again, she took the initiative to raise her hands. Why do we need to learn French? If we only learn the 4 arithmetic operations, we also learned some simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division in the astronomy class. I saw calculus in the textbook, but I heard that the United Kingdom is the origin of calculus. Oh, yes. This is indeed a good question. It seems that Miss Kaslana has been very well prepared. Alexei raised his eyebrows, glanced at the lesson plan on the table, and quickly replied. When you learn mathematics for a certain period of time, you will slowly advance along the long river of mathematics history, and come to roughly the 16th and 17th centuries. You will find that in that era of geniuses, France was almost modern mathematics. Isaac Newton is indeed an amazing scholar. He contributed calculus, but he also blocked the scientific development of the United Kingdom for nearly 100 years. After him, Veda, Mason, Descartes, Fermat, Pascal, D'Alembert, Lagrange, Poisson, Fourier, Laplace, Cauchy. These people still sound a little strange now, and they are almost famous scholars in the field of mathematical theory in the next 100 years. And they are all French. Alexei looked away from the lesson plan, but his words became more fluent, his face filled with emotion. No matter in any field, if you want to master the most core and complete knowledge, then learning through the mother tongue of the knowledge digger is undoubtedly the best. This is why the wizards of the British magical world are innate. They are a little more powerful than foreign wizards. The book of spells and potions, these are all written in English. Not to mention, the middle-aged man turned around and blinked at the little wizards. Suddenly, French. This is one of the most romantic languages in the world. I heard Professor Dumbledore say that next year Hogwarts will have an inter-school exchange with a certain magic school in France. whether it is applying for exchange students or with magicians from France. The school ladies and gentlemen make friends and master fluent French, which is one of the essential prerequisites. French School of Magic? Really? Professor, you said Booth Batten School of Witchcraft. Elena widened her eyes in surprise and said quickly. Behind her, the little wizards in the entire classroom also began to talk in a whisper, and Draco Malfoy mysteriously introduced this romantic magic school full of handsome boys and beauties to the surrounding little wizards. As for the source of the information, it naturally came from his omniscient Hogwarts board member father. Oh, the specific situation cannot be disclosed to you yet. Alexei touched his nose with some embarrassment, and gently sorted out the speech that he had read in front of him. In Eleanor's satisfied eyes, Alexei mysteriously added one last sentence. But I can swear that this is definitely a big project that will be finalized in the next year or two. When the Ministry of Magic and Professor Dumbledore feel the time is right, they should be notified. Now let us return to the curriculum. In the middle, the big project. Is it? Oh, I see. Elena nodded obediently, sat down, and took the initiative to open the textbook to start listening to the class. With the girls' movements, the discussion in the classroom gradually became quieter, and the students also suppressed the curiosity and confusion that was constantly surging in their hearts, cheered up, and looked expectantly at Mr. Alexei in front of the classroom. No matter how you look at it, compared to boring numerical calculations and formula theorems, learning a romantic language located next to the United Kingdom obviously sounds much more interesting, at least so far. Little wizards think so of. Not to mention, just now the professor seemed to have revealed some incredible information. Accompanied by the babbling French pronunciation of the little wizards, a wonderful door of mathematics opened. At the same time, it is located in an empty classroom next to the math and science classroom. It seems that the first class went quite smoothly, and we shouldn't need to save the field. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and looked at Professor Apocalypse sitting next to him. There was a copy of exactly the same math textbook on the table in front of him, and his tone was a little bit tough. Smile said softly. Speaking of, Gale, your terrible French really should have been practiced well, and it can be regarded as making up for your shortcomings. If it weren't for that bet, I wouldn't. Hearing Dumbledore's joking sound, Grindelwald's eyes twitched again. He looked at the pile of Hogwarts grade 17 inches math textbooks placed on the long table in front of him. My head hurts a bit again. As punishment for giving up the SSS commission for writing Malunatics, he had to fulfill Eleanor's request. What the original Dark Lord didn't expect was that the condition proposed by the Little Witch turned out to be let him take math classes with the little guys at Hogwarts, and complete all the course arrangements and homework for grades 17. I hate Paris, I hate French. Grindelwald shook his head and exhaled deeply. He had long known that such a thing would happen. When the rally was held in Paris, he should be cruel and burn the city full of evil figures and devil knowledge in one breath instead of making up classes here. You really dote on Elena too much, Gale. I thought you would refuse her request. Dumbledore's azure blue eyes flickered, and he whispered meaningfully. Unexpectedly, in the entire Hogwarts, you are the person who supports her education reform the most. You even took the initiative to stand up and endorse the idea of that child. This really surprised me. If I'm not mistaken, even if she didn't make this request, you would probably teach yourself mole knowledge, right? What are you thinking, Gale? It's just completing the task of that little devil. Don't think too much, Albus. Grindelwald replied without changing his face, calmly looking at the pile of materials stacked on the long table next door. Aren't you also learning these headaches? The principal of the dignified Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the greatest wizard in the magical world today, will actually be reduced to the point where you need to sneak over to the students in class. Times have changed, old man. I am not an unfrank fellow like you. Dumbledore shook his head with emotion, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the stack of textbooks in front of him. A few centuries ago, wizards used wands and performed magic, but they could still easily understand what Mul's knight armor and two-handed swords were, and they could understand what Mul's astrological charts actually drew. However, in this era, wizards are still using traditional magic wands, letting owls act as messengers and traveling between fireplaces, but they can no longer understand what Mul's phones and computers are. That ship is flying over Huo. Most of the functions of the Huberian over Hogwarts were extremely strange to Dumbledore. There is no doubt that enrolling students from the non-magical world allows wizards to learn how to use these industrial products. But if only this is the case, there will never be a way for wizards living in the magic world to understand the principles and knowledge behind those little things. Just like moles will never understand the true meaning of the Patron Saint curse. As a wizard, it is really not difficult to master simple mathematical calculations and language skills. Dumbledore listened to the reading from the next classroom, and a smile appeared on his old face. However, if the magical world wants to truly understand the foundation that blooms with the power of science, then we need to catch up and make up for too much content generation. It is already difficult to change. However, these children still have a chance to catch the train to the new world. Even if it is a little harder, it is better than being abandoned by the world in the future. This is the meaning of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I will return to the picture in about a week or half a month. Thank you for your blessings. Moving. Recommend a book. Trafford Buyers Club. End of this chapter. Chapter 758. Lurker and Sharon. At the same time, outside Hogwarts Castle, outside the gate decorated with wing boar sculptures on both sides, there is now a neatly planned research area. With the ringing of the bells on the Hogwarts Tower, hundreds of researchers and their families from the former Soviet Union walked out of their rooms, talked to each other in low voices nervously, and came to one of the research buildings in Zone H. Hey, Natasha, do you know what this is going to do today? Among the crowd, Archipovna gently stabbed the woman next to her with her elbow, and asked in a low voice, "Your family is now in that magic castle. I guess at least you should know something." Actually, I may not know much about this aspect of the matter until now. I have only seen the wizard Frank. As for Alexei and Danilova, they still no news comes back. Natasha shook her head, turned her head anxiously, glanced behind her, and sighed lightly. In her vision, she did not see the majestic and simple magic castle described by Danilova. All she could see was a desolate and dilapidated wilderness. Other than that, there was no trace of human activity. Unlike Archipovna from the Landor Institute, Natasha here is one of the accompanying family members. Since there was no magic employment agreement, let alone leaving this area, she couldn't see many of the basic magical facilities or buildings around her, and she could only rely on a crude map to roughly identify the direction. Hogwarts College Urban Life Guide. Natasha lowered her head, glanced at the card that appeared beside her bed, and said thoughtfully, "If you look at it literally, it should be a daily briefing session after a session." After the dinner last night, they received such a strange card. The card detailed the location, time, and simple subject matter. At first glance, it looked like a flyer on the streets of Moscow some time ago. Hogwarts College, City. The school in this magical world was far more mysterious and rigorous than she had imagined. Whether it is direct current or alternating current communication tools, there will be some strange faults here. This is not what electromagnetic shielding in the conventional sense can do. In her opinion, it seems to be more similar to the information at the Chernobyl accident site. On the other hand, this area is not completely unguarded. Magic is indeed full of wonder, but this does not mean that every user of them is equally cautious. In just a few days, Natasha has discovered more than once except for these outsiders, the traces left by other people. Undoubtedly, in the shadow of this area, there must be unknown people watching their every move silently. During the conversation between the two, they followed the flow of people to the large lecture hall on the first floor of the institute. Although the population of the Hogwarts College metropolis area is still very small today, Most of the construction facilities were built in accordance with the standards of the world's top research institutes and university campuses when planning. Even if nearly 200 researchers swarmed in at this time, the lecture hall barely filled the first 3 or 4 hours. Here, Natasha Povna. We are all here. Before Natasha and Archipovna could see the surrounding environment clearly, there was a burst of energetic hello from the seat on the right front of them. An old man in his 70s stand up and waved at them. Vinogradov, a dual-level fossil of the former Soviet Academy of Sciences and the Shchlov Institute of Mathematics. Almost half of the mathematics, physics, and biology-related researchers in the audience have taken classes for the elderly. According to Elena and Dumbledore's original ideas, he originally went to teach at Hogwarts as a representative of the scientific community in the former Soviet Union. But for various reasons, the old man pushed out his proud protege Alexei instead of him at the last moment. Obviously, as the mad women of the Landor Institute and the Natasha of the Alexei family, these two ladies are naturally one of the most orthodox descents. Hurry up when they hear the old man's greetings. Nodded, smiled and leaned over. At the same time, scholars from other research institutes also greeted each other and sat together with their friends. Hogwarts and Destiny's launch of the Spark Inheritance project was not completed in an instant. For reasons of safety and confidentiality, most scholars will temporarily isolate themselves for a period of time after arriving at Hogwarts. Observe and make sure that no foreign wizards or non-magical intelligence personnel pretend to be mixed into the city of Hogwarts College. Therefore, this is almost the first time that all the scholars who have arrived at Hogwarts have seen each other in real life. In fact, to be more accurate, this can even be regarded as their largest academic salon in decades. Even in the last period before the collapse of the Soviet Union, such a large gathering of top scholars had never happened. People gathered together to greet and whisper quietly, while exchanging what they had learned these days, while guessing at the content of today's briefing. Not surprisingly, this should be their official introduction to the magic world. So today's host hasn't arrived yet? Natasha frowned, glanced at the empty podium, and touched her lower back subconsciously with her left hand. Compared with the scholars who are taking this opportunity to chat, she cares more about the masters behind the organization. These days, whenever Natasha took the initiative to ask questions in this regard, Alexei would always terminate all subsequent topics for reasons such as top secrets and insufficient authority, as if he had been in the Institute of Nuclear Physics. Work like that. But whether it is from the husband's hesitant and stopped look, or the clues, everything is obviously not simple. This is absolutely impossible, or at least not a simple humanitarian assistance as most scholars believe. This kind of large-scale personnel transfer that spans almost half of the Earth and hides the behavior of more than half of the world's population today. It simply cannot be the courage and strength that a magic school that needs to teach 11 or 12-year-old children can have. If a mere middle school had such capabilities, then the magical world would have long overtaken the non-magical world. Natasha carefully observed the surrounding environment. The windows were all open. The sunlight passed through the semicircular arch windows at the top of the auditorium without any cover and sprinkled on the ceiling. The entrance doors on both sides were not closed to any guard. Similarly, there is no sight of anyone other than them arriving at the scene. However, she did not see any signs of confusion on the faces of many senior academic experts present, and under their influence, the atmosphere in the whole lecture hall was also quite relaxed, and there was no panic or nervousness at all. Breath, so to speak. Natasha glanced across the faces of Vinogradov, Valerinovich, Mendeleev and others, and raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. If she didn't guess wrong, they should have an important person at the same level as Alexei. She is very aware of her husband's influence and wants to gather such a large group of scholars. This is not something that the junior Alexei's interpersonal circle can accomplish. These living fossils in various fields present are the real levers. With the group of betrayers in the academic circle of the former Soviet Union, if not surprisingly, they will be able to know a little bit of useful information today. At this moment, A voice suddenly sounded on the podium not far away. A somewhat sharp, sly voice that sounded a bit on the guard. Guagu redited the previous chapter. I redited the unfinished content of the previous chapter. Well, the new content is free. Today's update cannot be written for the time being. Considering the main line of a certain scientific Hogwarts, a lot of information needs to be checked and a lot of loop designs on the setting have to be prepared. It should be updated normally tomorrow. A lot of wonders have been discovered. Coincidences and colored eggs. Little fat chickens can take a look at the previous chapter first. Chapter 759, Deterrence and Confrontation. In other words, since you have appeared at Hogwarts, it means that you are almost the smartest people in the non-magical civilized society today, so I must put some words first. Douglas turned and walked slowly to the podium. When people noticed that there seemed to be steps behind the wooden lecture table. The peace between the non-magical world and the magical world has lasted for thousands of years. This wonderful balance comes from the restraint and secrecy of the magical world on the one hand, and also from the mystery of magic itself. If you are smart, stupidly stepping into certain taboo areas without authorization, so unfortunately dying is only the lowest level consequence. The middle-aged goblin paused for a few seconds, wandering around the crowd, and finally landed in the crowd on the left front. Compared with the other small groups of scholars in the hall, this group of people from the former Soviet Union seems to be very recognizable. Except for a few women such as Natasha and Arkhipova, most of the men have on their heads shining the reflection of wisdom. About this point, I think many people present have not forgotten it. For example, the explosion 5 years ago. A dangerous light flashed in Douglas' eyes, and he whispered meaningfully, "In the magic world, there are definitely more things that are 100 times worse than a nuclear leak than you think." Hearing this, Arkhipova, Natasha and others turned their heads subconsciously and glanced at the old man surrounded by other former Soviet physicists and mathematicians. Vinogradov, Soviet nuclear, one of the core researchers of the plan. The most important thing is that after the Chernobyl explosion, he was also responsible for measuring the subsequent impact parameters. Undoubtedly, as the most outstanding scholars in human society in the non-magical world, I believe that all of you present here have amazing talents in the complex and profound mathematical formulas, the exploration of world truths, and various scientific fields. But it does not mean that you can smoothly apply these experiences directly to the mysterious world of magic. Douglas continued. Those dark, slanted, and slightly bright eyes slowly swept across the gradually dignified face in the hall. The voice became lighter, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. This is a new and always existing world. Here, the sight, hearing, olfaction, touch, taste, and intuition on which you depend for survival will all seem easy and reliable. By the way, Mr. Vinogradov. Suddenly, it turned around and looked at the old man who was surrounded by the crowd indifferently. I heard that you rejected Hogwarts' invitation because the mathematics in the magic world is so bad. I didn't say that, Vinogradov said with a gentle smile, and raised his eyebrows. It's just that, in my opinion, if it's just a math enlightenment for children, even with Alexei's ability, it's too much. Compared to teaching children to read and write numbers in the classroom, I think it's more meaningful to write maths in the research room. The old man raised his head calmly, his waist slowly straightened, and said in a humble manner, "Or, do I have any orders to convey?" As one of the leading figures in the field of mathematics in the former Soviet Union, Vinogradov didn't care about the power of these wizards. In his opinion, the magic wands of the wizards and the guns of the secret police are not much different. If it weren't for the potato assistance that could not be denied, and the guarantees of a shipyard old guy repeatedly, he wouldn't came to this place. For Vinogradov, now it is just another place to continue his research. It's a pity. If I were you, I wouldn't be so sure, sir. Douglas shook his head meaningfully, the fire shining in its dark bright eyes. The elder's contempt for latecomers is the same whether it is a long term or a short term. Unlike these moles that are limited to a certain domain, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and even all the fairies have now fully realized the wisdom of the Queen, and in order to understand this, they paid an extremely heavy price. Compared with the arrogance of human beings, the arrogance of the fairies is simply not worth mentioning. Even if he is in the same camp now, Douglas does not think he has an obligation to remind the old man what an important opportunity he has missed. The question just now is just a little bit of his personal curiosity. After all, the mathematics of the magical world is not just human wizards. Without continuing the topic, Douglas cleared his throat and continued calmly, "In the rest of today, I will mainly introduce you some basic common sense about the magic world. This includes the social structure, the main organization, and of course the most basic daily life guidelines, such as the calculation method of money, life, the use and purchase of daily necessities, the points of attention in daily diet, and the scope of activities and schedule of your activities. By the way, there is only one formal bank in the magic world. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank." Douglas grinned suddenly, and nodded to a man on the other side of the auditorium with a smile. "This also means that all bribery, scientific research corruption, false academic traps, and market economy are meaningless to us. In the social atmosphere of the former Soviet Union, it is difficult for pure scholars to survive, but understanding bad habits does not mean indulging. At least in the city of Hogwarts, Douglas does not want Her Majesty to spend extra energy to deal with these trivial things. The best way to prevent corruption is to make money lose its allure." At this point, they have been quite experienced since last winter, and Raymond Alof twisted his chair nervously, and he was relieved when he found that no one around was looking at him. As the remnant of the former Soviet Union's biology, some concepts and ways of living still need time to change. If you don't want to be labeled as a class enemy hindering the development of the Soviet Union by scholars of the Lysenko faction because of supporting and studying genetics, then using money to escort and probe your tone is undoubtedly the safest way. What is needed to stick to the truth? It's not faith. There is only one way to protect some of the only remaining scientific seeds in the dark period. Fortunately, the other party promised that as long as he cooperates with the research afterwards, he will not expose some of his previous dark history. Chapter 1. Ma! End of this chapter. The 760th chapter. 2 histories passed by. First of all, since we are talking about currency, let's start with a simple place. Douglas didn't stay for long, looked around the spacious auditorium, and then went on. There is only one system of currencies in the magical world. Although they may be called slightly different in various countries, their face value and exchange rate are completely interlinked. In the UK, we usually call them golden gallons. Yinksik, Tongnathwell, you can touch the underside of your chair now. Looking at the people who stooped and groped, Douglas said quickly, "Of course, there is nothing below. But don't worry. After this introduction, everyone will receive a money bag, which contains the salary advanced by Hogwarts, in the form of magic currency." Now everyone, just a little familiarity and memorization of the exchange rules is good. 29 copper natal is equivalent to 1 silver psycho, 17 silver 11 can be converted to 1 golden gallon, that is to say, 493 copper natal is equivalent to 1 golden gallon. Is it quite simple and easy to remember? After the introduction of the middle-aged goblin, there was an extremely rare silence. Some people have a strange look like constipation on their faces, as if they want to complain about something, but don't know where to start. On the other hand, a very small number of scholars are first stunned, and then plunged into contemplation. You guys, don't the magical world find this a bit isn't it inconvenient? On the seat on the left-hand side of Vinogradov, a slightly younger middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. At least you can consider making the exchange of copper coins and silver coins the same. These days, Jomakka has listened to his teacher complaining about the huge gap in mathematics in the magical world. If it weren't for Alexei's daughter who happened to be in school, he would almost become the person who enlightened children in mathematics. It is really hard for him to imagine that a group of wizards who are not proficient in the 4 arithmetic and equations would use such monetary rules. Sorry, I don't think there is any problem with this. This system has been used for thousands of years. Douglas leaned politely, grinned, and said softly, even if adjustments are to be made in the future, at most, adjustments can only be made from Yinxi, because when the currency system was first formulated, the magic world had already determined one point. As long as it is still copper nat, it must be 29. Why? Because of your mysterious magical reasons? Geomochika shook his head with a smile, and asked unceremoniously, although it is not clear what deal the master behind the middle-aged goblin had reached with the teacher, just based on a thoughtless conversation and the minutiae of these days. He also felt a little bit of inharmoniousness. Atmosphere. If it was related to magic, he really didn't understand. But if the other party took the initiative to open up the secret battlefield to the digital aspect, then Geomochika did not think that he would be inferior to these short fairies. The more the two sides talked, the more information they could obtain about the magical world. Many, not magic. Jomo. However, before Douglas could speak, a leisurely voice suddenly came from Geomochika's ear. Because the copper is 2,928,181, which is a wonderful number. Arkhipavna from the Landor Institute lightly patted the shoulder of the little brother and said in a complex tone, if, as a pure mathematician, Geomochika is not so sensitive to the numbers and vocabulary in the mouth of the fairy, then whether it is a researcher in the field of physics or chemistry, if you hear the other party emphasize the number twice in a row, and the sentence those firm words can't reflect what the other party is saying, which would be too embarrassing. You just said that this currency system has been used in your magical world for nearly 1,000 years. Arkhipavna turned her head and took a deep look at the middle-aged fairy. Then why is Silver West not 47, but 17 converted to 1 gold gallon? So it should be more in line with the conversion between this set of currencies. Rules. The first reason is that Qinjialong and Yinxi are not gold and silver in the true sense. Reason 2. The smile at the corner of Douglas' mouth gradually pulled away, and his slender finger swiped in front of him. Immediately afterwards, dozens of brightly colored coins collided with each other, vying to jump out of its pockets, swayingly floating in front of everyone. And at the forefront was a row of Silver West. As this gentleman reminded us, it can be slightly more convenient for subsequent calculations. Suppose there are 16 silver psyches. Suppose you still have 1 silver psyche. At the same time, Hogwarts Castle, in the math and science classroom. Alexei stood on the edge of the podium, looked at the red-haired boy in front of him kindly, and guided patiently. QQ. Then I will give you a word of them together. Then Mr. Weasley, you will eventually get 1, a golden Jialong. Ron Weasley hesitated and replied tremblingly, well, this is indeed a good answer, if you are more accustomed to this way of thinking. Alexei looked around the faces in the classroom and said slowly and thoughtfully, then I will change the question a little bit now. Assuming there are only 10 silver psyches here, and you have 7 silver psyches in your hand, if you put them together, is it still a golden gallon? Ron nodded nervously, a little more confident in his heart. He might be a little better if it is just a general question and answer, but the most important thing is that in all the above dialogues, all the vocabulary that involves numbers, they use all the French number expressions that they have just learned. In fact, in a strict sense, their first class is only halfway through. Alexei even suspects that perhaps by the end of this semester, the little wizards in this class can almost complete some basic daily pure French communication and read some simple pure French content. However, compared to the surprise in Alexei's heart, Elena, as the course organizer, did not have many surprises. Unlike Russian, which belongs to the Slavic language family, although modern English belongs to the Germanic language family, It has incorporated too many vocabulary and reading and writing methods of the Romance language family where French is in the process of development, so it is not too difficult to learn. Especially when this foreign language class appeared in the Magic World, it was a bit simpler. You should know that the Romance language family originally evolved from popular Latin, and most of the spells in the magical world today are either Latin or ancient Fusec as a reference. For Elena and others who have studied at Hogwarts for more than a year, it is naturally much easier than those in the non-magical world. At the same time, on the side of the podium not far away, the dialogue almost reached the end. Alexei picked up a stack of teaching props provided by Elena and placed them in Ron's hands one by one. Very good. But now you actually have 1717 silver coins, not a gold coin, so if you use the French description to express it, then your answer just now should be 10 plus 7 except silver sykes. Ron swallowed and replied subconsciously, exactly correct. Is this very simple? By analogy, according to the actual situation of the magic world, if you want to express to others that the price of a commodity is 18 silver, then you have more than one expression. It's a formality, right? Alexei nodded in satisfaction, turned around and started writing quickly on the blackboard behind him. 10 plus 8 Dix Hewitt silver sykes, or 1 and gold plus 1 and silver sykes. After learning about the currency system in the magical world from Elena Kaslana, and confirming her thoughts in class, Alexei decided to respect the suggestion of Miss and change the teaching slightly. The way, after all, the main purpose of his class is to train mathematical ability and mathematical thinking, not a real French class. Therefore, if there is an arithmetic expression in the magical world that is more suitable for students to understand, then Alexei is naturally willing to take the initiative to try it, especially with the scientific research work in these years. He also started. I noticed that most of today's languages and traditional expressions are starting to be less useful in some aspects that are more value-intensive. I have to admit that compared to children in the non-magical world, the speed of reaction of little wizards in terms of numbers and the ability to learn and imitate new languages far exceeds Alexei's expectations. This may be the so-called talent. The starting point, on the other hand, there are some subtle differences between children from wizarding families and children from non-wizard families. When faced with abstract numerical calculations, those children from wizarding families are indeed much more confused than children from non-magical families, but when this thing is connected to the currency in their daily lives, they show it another talent that surprised him, an incomprehensible arithmetic sensitivity to some weird base calculations. And this also means that they may really have what Elena calls the potential to change the world. Of course, before that, Alexei picked up the chalk, and while talking, he wrote quickly on the blackboard. Now, we used the pronunciations we just learned, corresponding to 09, and the characters comma 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 comma, put them together to express, then if it is 31 silver zyke, then the corresponding is 1. Chapter 2, Ma! Exclamation mark Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 761 Trivial Prerequisites. The study of French numbers and the introduction of hexadecimal only accounted for less than half of the course time. No matter how talented the little wizards are in knowledge acceptance and numerical sensitivity, they cannot hide their gaps in basic mathematics knowledge. After successfully stimulating students' interest, mathematics classes have gradually entered the right track. Compared with the backward and cumbersome cross-line counting method, vertical calculation is undoubtedly a concept that must be popularized. However, the premise of vertical calculation is first of all the writing of numerical values and the familiar recitation of multiplication tables. And this is also the core and most difficult starting point in the mathematics curriculum developed by Alexei and Elena. Just as the size of the base of the pyramid determines its upper limit, the same principle applies in many areas. Okay, Alexei said, motioning the students to turn the textbook to the last few pages. I believe everyone should have seen the last multiplication tables. This is the first week for you all. Homework. Learn as much as possible, and then in next week's class, I will draw back and score. I don't quite understand, Professor Alexei. Draco Malfoy raised his hand, frowned, looked at the textbook in front of him, and said in confusion, "There are 3 tables with completely different sizes, but their names are all the same." Behind the elementary mathematics eye in front of him, there are a total of 3 multiplication tables attached, and each table is filled with dense numbers. Even a slight glance makes him feel confused and drowsy. The feeling of sleeping. "Oh yes, this is what I want to say next." Alexei's voice sounded in the classroom, and the middle-aged man said softly in a complicated tone, "As you can see, there are 3 multiplication formula tables with different specifications on the back of your textbooks. They are 9 by 9, 16 by 16, and 26 by 26. You can choose any of them to recite according to your actual situation. Only." Alexei paused, his eyes swept over the little devilish silver hoard which right in front of him, and continued. "If you choose the 9 by 9 multiplication table, your highest score in this course this year will not exceed good, and if you choose 16 by 16, you have a chance to get excellent. As for 26 by 26, this is just a challenge, except let everyone know that you can be a little better than other wizards, and there won't be any additional special rewards." "Hey, can you choose any one? Then we must be." Hearing this, Ron Weasley was instantly energetic, looking at the small watch at the front with ease. As the chess king of Gryffindor Academy, Ron has always adhered to the idea of being able to mix and mix. Anyway, whether it is at home, the college or even himself, he never expects him to take the final exam every semester. How many excellent. However, before Ron could finish speaking, there was a sound of neat page turning around him. Ron looked at the guys around him with a bewildered face. Even Neville, who always seemed a little dull, took the initiative to turn to the last page, the most terrifying mathematical square, and began to whisper quietly, "Got up." As for Harry and Draco sitting on the other side, that's not to mention they had betrayed the scumbag class a long time ago. "I said, Harry, Neville, did you not hear what the professor just said?" Ron faced the small form in front of him and glanced at the watch that was almost 3 or 4 times the size next to him. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, and stabbed Neville long on his right hand with his elbow. Button, whispered, "Even if you want to hit the excellent, then you can choose the 16 by 16. For me, this final 26 by 26 multiplication table is mostly an option for us to retreat. Instead of spending so much energy, it's better to recite more spells or other things. At least those things seem more useful." At this moment, Alexei's gaze turned towards this side, and Ron subconsciously stopped his voice. "But I just want to try." Neville Longbottom looked at the dense array of numbers in front of him and took a deep breath. "Grandma has always said that I want to win the Longbottom family, and don't be jokes by others, I really don't have much talent for spells, but this kind of thing that can be worked hard by stupid methods, I still want to try a little." While talking, Neville lowered his head again and continued to recite quietly, but Ron sighed a little helplessly. As a child in a family of pure wizards, he really couldn't understand the meaning of this additional learning burden. What was the meaning of mathematics? And he didn't plan to work in Gringotts afterwards. However, if the classmates and friends around him choose this way, Ron can only. "Sorry, Professor Alexei, I have one more question." At this moment, at the desk in front of the classroom, Hermione's arms were raised high. "I really can't understand the meaning of the last complex multiplication table. If the table of 16 times 16 will work when we use Jinjialong and Yin-Seek, then the 26 multiplication, how about the 26 form?" Accompanied by Hermione Granger's voice, the students in the classroom looked up curiously. Alexei frowned slightly, his gaze stopped for a moment on the white-haired ball next to the girl, then quickly stood up and walked to the unplanned questioner, thoughtfully asked, "Excuse me, lady, may I ask your name?" "Hermione, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor." Hermione replied quickly, without the slightest timidity in her bright brown eyes. "Mr. Professor, I have previewed this year's reference textbook during the summer vacation. If it is the basic for arithmetic operations, the 9 and in a 9 multiplication table is enough. Even if the magic currency is taken into account, it will not rise to that high all at once. Because it helps to understand the 20-even number, dear Miss Granger." Alexei glanced at Elena, who was slightly nodded next to the girl, and after a little thought, he explained quietly, "By the way, the reason why you are asking you to recite the 16 by 16 multiplication table is not just to facilitate daily calculations and change, but more importantly, it will make it easier for you to understand hexadecimal vertical calculations in the future. The smallest even prime number and the smallest odd prime number, the base algorithm based on them, will inevitably have its unique value. As for when and how will it be used?" Alexei shook his head, looked out the window subconsciously, and replied in a complicated tone. "This is like the meaning of learning mathematics. To a large extent, it depends on the progress in other fields. It may never be used, or it may be used next month. But from the current situation, at least there is hope." At the same time, it is located in the lecture hall of the Hogwarts College Metropolis Research Area. All in all, there are just a few things to note in summary. Don't walk around randomly. Don't disclose your work at Hogwarts at will. Don't privately research the field involving magic. And if you have any questions, it is best to ask the wizard's opinions. In addition to the above circumstances, you are free to control yourself every month. Pay and adjust their working hours flexibly. Now, let's talk about some things other than benefits. Douglas cleared his throat, took out a roll of parchment from his arms, his face solemn. "Mr. K. Middle.A. We are very interested in your ternary number system. Therefore, in the next 6 months, your research content will become the highest priority in this area. Project. We hope to see the implementation plan you submitted within this week, and the problems that we need to help solve in the implementation process. Mr. and Raymond Anloff, starting from tomorrow, the house elves will come to your residence every morning and guide you to the corresponding greenhouse and vegetable garden to complete a series of tasks. The specific content will be introduced separately later. Arkhipavna, Vinaigrette of Hogwarts has never been a charity, and the Destiny Group will never help moles for no reason. As the third-generation Dark Lord, Elena and the others have fully demonstrated their sincerity in the magic world in the past half a year. Now, it's finally her turn to start the main task and ask for some reasonable labor and knowledge feedback from the most outstanding scholars in the non-magical world. You want to complete Elena's expectations. The certain scientific Hogwarts, they still need to light up the front. Black technology. There are many, among these, the 2 technological breakthroughs that Elena is most looking forward to are May kidnappers have been defeated again. Chapter 762 Overtaking on a Curve. The biggest difference between civilized species and ordinary animals is that civilized groups are not only pure natural attributes. Marx and Engels once wrote in Dialectics of Nature, the difference between humans and animals is that humans create and use tools, and use tools to understand and change the world, rather than simply using tools. Because of this, the most important node in the evolution of the era of human civilization is the revolution in production tools. And if we divide it into this way, then human beings have gone through a total of 6 eras from the birth to the present, namely, the new Paleolithic age from about 3 million years ago to 4,000 years ago, the Bronze Age about 4,000 years ago, the Iron Age from 1,400,500 BC, the Steam Age brought about by the First Industrial Revolution, the Second Industry, the Electrical Age led by the Revolution, and, with the birth of the Internet 3 years ago, the new era has arrived. And we are very honored to invite you all to start the next and even the next wave of civilization. Douglas leaned gracefully and looked around the scholars in the lecture hall. And behind it, now there are only 2 huge terms left: binary computer, magic energy. After previous evaluations, Binary computers in the non-magical world cannot fully represent magic. In the magical world, in addition to true and false, unknown states, fuzzy calculations, and autonomous learning are all extremely important situations. Therefore, in mathematics before the theoretically optimal bar computer was born, we here hope that you can put your energy on this side first. The middle-aged fairy's slender finger nodded behind him, and a simple map appeared on the white curtain. Through some channels, we purchased 470s that have not been completely scrapped, as well as 3 production lines for related industries, and a complete set of power supply systems, which should barely support your initial research needs. It's just that, given the magical influence in the Hogwarts area, MAL electronic products are usually unusable here, so we temporarily provide 2 alternatives according to your description. Use magic to keep some electronic products the function of normal operation, make them become magic items, or find a way to make them use normally. This is not a simple matter, Mr. Douglas. Vinegredoff shook his head, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm very sorry, the communication cost between magic and science is too high, and it is still very difficult to cooperate with each other. At least based on the current situation. There doesn't seem to be a suitable person in Hogwarts. We need a wizard with scientific research, not a simple educator." "Don't worry, we are already working on solving this problem." The middle-aged goblin grinned, showing sharp teeth. "If all goes well, the adult will arrive in Hogwarts College City before next week. You only need to consider the final result, and leave the rest to magic." "Just fine." As a prophet from a few decades later, Elena knows exactly what the next civilized era will be. Since the promulgation of the International Wizarding Federation Act, the separation between the magical world and the non-magical world has become more and more obvious. Today, the shape of the magical world is still in the steam age, but the non-magic world has reached the end of the electrical age. Whether it's the Hogwarts Express, or a flush toilet in a school, whether it's an elevator, or a magic broadcast in a magic family, whether it's a camera, or a car on the road, wizards have never to truly understand the logic behind these things. There is no need to try them, and there is no need to try them. This is not because of the pride of a wizard, nor is it bound by any secrecy laws. The most important point is that for wizards who control magical power, they often only need to know the final form of something in order to reversely deduce, retain, create magical items with similar effects, and even go further. However, the times have changed after all. The trauma and technological innovation brought about by the Second World War far exceeded everyone's imagination. If even the non-magical world under the steam age and electrical age is still slightly inferior to the magical world in terms of efficiency and energy, then with the opening of the atomic energy and information age, magic has begun to become less omnipotent. From information transmission efficiency to information processing capacity, from absolute energy value to energy utilization. Starting in the late 1990s, the scientific progress that broke out in the non-magical world during the information explosion period will completely subvert the traditional model of human society for thousands of years, and gradually enter the information age where virtual and reality blend. There is no doubt that under the new model of human society, there will be less and less living space in the magical world. However, not many people in the magical world at this time have realized that there is not much time left for the magical world. Once the information age is fully opened, they will soon differ from the males in social form by a full 2 era, regardless of any form of social innovation. It takes at least a generation to gradually adapt. Fortunately, at the newly born node of this interconnection, the magical world still has the last chance to overtake on a curve. Ministry of Magic, London, United Kingdom. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Office of Prohibition of Malitum Abuse. This is a small room at the end of the corridor on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic headquarters. Opposite the office is a broom room. The area of the office seems to be slightly smaller than the broom room. Only Arthur Weasley and his assistant Perkins are inside. People. In the cramped office, 2 desks are squeezed inside. and there is almost no space for people to move around. Around the desks lined up along the wall are file cabinets. The files inside are almost overflowing. On the top of the file cabinets are piles of crumbling files. There is only a little space on the office wall that can be used. Some things that Office Director Arthur Weasley has a special fondness for. A few posters of aircraft carriers and cars, one of which shows a disassembled engine, 2 letterbox illustrations cut from Mull children's books, and there is a schematic diagram of how to install the socket. In the eyes of most wizards, this is undoubtedly the most boring department in the Ministry of Magic. Arthur, how was the result of the raid at Lovegood's house? Perkins raised his head, pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose, trying to fumble for something on the messy desk. Sorry, I've been bothering you to attend work outside these days. I'm getting old, and this lumbar pain is almost killing me. There's nothing I can do on St. Mungo's side. After you recruit new people, I will do it too. Time to consider retirement. The Office of Prohibition of Mull Item Abuse will restrict wizards from casting magic on the items used by Mulls, prohibit them from adding extra features to Mull items without permission, and ensure that those items that have been enchanted will not return to the hemp melon in hands. Therefore, this office needs to conduct frequent surprise inspections to ensure that there is no abuse of Mull items on the market. Unlike Arthur Weasley, who is still in his prime, Mr. Perkins is already very old, and his eyes under his floppy grey hair are already muddy. If it weren't for the fact that the office had not been able to recruit new people, he would have retired long ago. I checked and there was no problem. Most of them were printing-related machines. Arthur Weasley replied with a smile, and handed the Daily Prophet on the table into the hands of the old wizard. If I'm right, the report information should come from her. There is no doubt that Mr. Barnabas Scuffy does have reason to be worried about the contrary. But if Xenophilius Lovegood has any problems, then I guess that the news and newspapers of the entire British magic world will almost have to be closed for rectification. Oh, it's the journalists and businessmen who boasted eyeballs again. Old Perkins took the newspaper, made a vague grunt, and flicked the newspaper in front of him. Let me say, Arthur, you are too honest. The guys outside rely on our Prohibition of Mull Abuse office, which has no place in the Ministry of Magic. All weird things are pushed here. Just deal with it a little bit. Come on. There is no need to reply seriously every time, such as the previous anonymous report about Hogwarts. Just throw it into the trash. It's about Hogwarts. It's no small matter. Arthur Weasley took a sip from the water glass, glanced at the big ship in the poster on the wall, and said meaningfully, after all, more than one wizard claimed to have seen a large flying ship over there. Although there were no Mull witnesses among them, considering that many dumb guns have settled around Hogwarts during the recent period, a complete investigation has been organized. The report, whether it is for the Ministry, the Magic World, or Hogwarts, can be regarded as a good explanation. I sorted out the plot today, and it will break out tomorrow. Chapter 763 Code Name, Magician. Squib refers to a person who was born in a wizard's family but cannot use magic. Even in theory, among the offspring of dumb guns, wizards with magical abilities will often be born. But in the eyes of most wizards, dumb guns are mulls from wizards. In fact, in the wizarding world, dumb cannons are even more despised than mulls. Expecting a wizard's child to be a dumb cannon is almost the most vicious curse. The Ministry of Magic does not keep the birth records of the dumb guns, nor does it record the life trajectory of the dumb guns. For nearly 1,000 years, no dumb gun has ever been able to enter the magic school as a student, even if they have a little knowledge of magic because of their parents. They have no opportunity to participate. Since the Magic Society generally ignores the situation of dumb cannons are equivalent to the special existence of Black Huku in the magical world. Therefore, the most common way most wizard families treat dumb guns is to send them to Mull schools when they are young, and then suggest them to fully integrate into Mull society and then never return. You know, even wizard families that can accept mulls and mull-born families do not accept the existence of dumb guns. For example, The Weasley family rarely talks about the dumb relatives who are accountants in the Muggle world. As for some pure-blood families, after discovering such shame in the family, they will use various accidents to quietly deal with it. But on the other hand, compared to a simple Muggle, Dumb Canon is at least half a marginal person in the magical world. Whether it is for the British Ministry of Magic, the Hogwarts School Board, or the parents of the students, the benevolent Albus Dumbledore is not unbelievable to provide shelter for a mass of displaced foreign dumb guns. Most of the Ministry of Magic, the International Federation of Wizards, and the ancient families of pure-blood wizards like to reconcile and compromise. For example, if Albus Dumbledore proposes to reform the education of the magical world and introduce some dumb guns to serve as faculty and staff, then everyone is definitely not allowed. But if he advocated opening Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and allowing Muggle students and professors to enter the castle, they would come to reconcile and agree to let a few dumb guns live around the school to help with some trivial matters. In fact, apart from being born in a magical family instead of a Muggle family, the Dumb Canon is also different from Muggles in many ways. The dumb guns know something about the magical world. They can see things that Muggles can't see, such as Dementors and ghosts. Some dumb guns can even use certain magic items and magical creatures that can help them. However, in today's magical world, there is still only one way to prove whether someone is a dumb gun. That is to check whether the parents of a dumb canon are wizards through the dossier, so as to determine whether he really belongs to the wizarding world, rather than a Muggle. This is also the most critical part of the entire Hogwarts College Urban Plan 1 link, a complete makeover. Therefore, when these special employees are entered into the file for the first time, they must be impeccable. Fortunately, due to the influence of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the Tanming Group wanted to take advantage of the chaos to add the names of some deceased wizards to the files of the Russian and Ukrainian Ministry of Magic. It is not a complicated matter. After all, in the Wizarding War a few decades ago, there were too many wizards who mysteriously disappeared or died in battle. As for what Arthur Weasley needs to do, it is just taking advantage of the opportunity of the surprise inspection to find a reasonable reason for the International Magic Cooperation Department of the British Ministry of Magic to initiate an application for assistance to the Russian Ministry of Magic to help inquire about the dossier and verify it. Here are the true identities of these dumb guns from the magical world of the former Soviet Union who appeared within the scope of Hogwarts. There is no doubt that from this moment on, they have all become Muggles in the magic world whose father or mother is a wizard. Dumbledore is such a good man. Dumb gun, DSK. What did Mr. Minister say? Old Perkins shook his head non-committal, a touch of disgust appeared on his face, and he did not continue the topic of dumb guns. Perhaps, only such a great and good person as Albus Dumbledore would consider these marginalized people. At least in Perkins' opinion, the dumb gun is not a likable existence, you know, it's forbidden. Among the cases handled by the Muggle Object Abuse Office over the years, the trouble caused by the reselling of magic objects by dumb guns is all too common. In the very beginning, Mr. Minister planned to extradite them all to Russia. Oh, that's Perkins murmured. Arthur Weasley shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, however, due to the request of a new professor who is about to arrive at Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic chose to hand over the decision to the school, but the daily expenses of these dumb cannons will all be done by Hogwarts and the new professor. Bear. Huh? The coming new professor? At this time? Old Perkins raised his eyes and glanced at the calendar on the desktop, and said in a bit of astonishment, if I remember correctly, Arthur, shouldn't Hogwarts start school now? Moreover, the names of 2 professors of new subjects have been published in today's newspapers, so there is not always a dumb canon. Can you be on the podium? No, I heard it was a, well, once very famous wizard. Mr. Weasley shook his head, gently stroked the angular badge in his pocket with his left hand, and said softly, as for the subject, it is not a brand new subject. It was also one of the 13 elective courses at Hogwarts. It was only forced to be closed for various reasons. If nothing else, It should be available next week at the latest. Okay. This new professor should be planning to recruit a disciple from Hogwarts so that his knowledge can be passed on. As for some more things, looking at Perkins, whose face was full of curiosity, Arthur Weasley shook his head solemnly. Sorry, Perkins. Mr. Fudge and Professor Dumbledore have especially warned that this is top secret information for the time being, and the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts will not announce it together until everything is confirmed. Oh, Arthur, you know my tone is very strict. Please, tell me. It really doesn't work, but I can give you a little hint. Arthur Weasley raised his fingers, looked around, and whispered mysteriously. I heard that the new professor who came to teach at Hogwarts this time was a wizard whose name appeared on the card of Professor Dumbledore's chocolate frog. That's it. Don't force me to make a mistake, Perkins. You know the rules of the Ministry. The name appears on Dumbledore's card. Perkins frowned and thought for a moment, a flash of shock in his eyes. Wait, could it be Gellert Grindelwald? The Dark Lord intends to find heirs at Hogwarts? Of course not. What are you thinking about, Perkins? You can go to the devil to contribute. Arthur Weasley squirted out of fright, coughed violently, and said helplessly, Ha, sorry, just kidding. Old Perkins grinned, patted Arthur on the shoulder, and said with a big smile, if the first generation of the Dark Lord could serve as a professor at Hogwarts Castle, then it is estimated that this world would have fallen a long time ago. Maybe it is not you who is sitting in front of me at this time, but a secret minion trusted by the Dark Lord. Forget it. I'll just show it to you, lest you guess. Arthur Weasley shook his head, opened his office drawer, and took out a chocolate frog card from it. No. Here you Airy, it just so happens that I usually help Ron that kid collect cards. Perkins took the card from Mr. Weasley, turned it over and read the text behind. Click to expand details. Arthur, you said it wasn't Grindelwald. If it doesn't right here, it's, old Perkins said jokingly. His gaze slowly slipped, and it gradually solidified on the last name. As a wizard who is about to end his life, Perkins is so familiar with that name. At this moment, he finally understands why the Ministry and Dumbledore are so careful and confidential, even if he appeared for a moment. Heartbeat. Nick LeMay, the owner of the only remaining magic stone in the magic world. At the same time, he is also the only alchemist in the magical world who knows how to make elixir. Arthur, you just said Nick might be planning to pick a disciple in the school? Old Perkins looked at the text on the back of the chocolate frog, and after a long silence, raised his head envy. Sure, that's right. No wonder Hogwarts will recall a group of outstanding graduates this year, so that it can be explained. If I remember correctly, all the 7 children in your family will be in Hua this year. Inside Hogwarts, right? Huh? So speaking, Arthur Weasley was taken aback for a moment, turned his head subconsciously, and glanced at his desk that was already full of receiving baskets. In the only neat small area on the edge of the table, there was a picture of them. Family photo of a family. Percy, Fred, George, Ron, plus the youngest daughter Ginny who just entered school this year, and the 2 brothers Bill and Charlie who were invited by Hogwarts to return to campus for further studies. Unconsciously, all of his children were on this big ship about to set sail, leading to a new era. Arthur Weasley gently stroked the family members in the frame thoughtfully, his eyes flickering. Are these also in your plan, Professor Dumbledore? Paris, France. Somewhere hidden magic safe house. Nick LeMay, who had just passed his 666th birthday, was sitting at the door of his alchemy studio, carefully reading the letter from Hogwarts in his hand, and turning his eyes to the door from time to time, as if waiting for something. Friends visited. Jingle. With the doorbell, the door opened slightly not far away. Scamander. Of course, I should have expected you to come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Nicole LeMay turned his head and glanced at the grey-haired wizard at the door. A rare smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. As a reverberation that did not belong to this era, his remaining wizard friends were simply only a handful. Albus Dumbledore counts as one, and Newt's commander can barely count as half. As for the reason why this young wizard came here, Niklim could almost guess it in his heart. He sighed lightly, put down the letter paper in his hand that had been read several times, and lightly snapped his fingers to summon it. Tea set. Tea, coffee, white water, or whiskey? Perhaps whiskey. Newt's commander closed the door, walked in quickly, and took a deep look at Nick LeMay. Since he knew LeMay for so many years, Newt felt a different breath from Nick LeMay for the first time. The time that had been stuck on this alchemist seemed to start to flow again, which is nothing good. News. After hesitating for a few seconds, Newt sorted out his emotions and asked cautiously, "Not long ago, I heard Professor Dumbledore say that the Philosopher's Stone." "Yes, the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, but we still have some elixir here, enough for Perennial and I to take care of some things. After such a long day, we can finally go to bed rested." Of course, all this premise and nothing outside of this plan. Nick LeMay knocked the edge of the envelope on the table with an annoyed look, making a crisp metallic sound. Under the parchment envelope from Hogwarts, a shiny dark silver metal badge with a strange shape lay quietly there. Because it was hidden by the long letter paper, it only showed no sign at this time. Halfway through, however, both people in the room know the contents of the metal badge under the letter paper. 051. Code. Magician. Chapter 1! Exclamation mark. Oh, big chapter. The 764th chapter looks straight into the heart. "I'm very sorry, Newt." Nick LeMay sighed lightly, shook his head slowly. A deep apology appeared on his face. "As you know, just a few months ago, accompanied by the Ministry of Magic, the Federation, and Dumbledore, I completely destroyed the remaining Philosopher's Stone. Even if I accepted the invitation, I can't hold on for too long. Human physique has its limits. As a reverberation from centuries ago, his life has long been bound to the elixir. With the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, the potion he left behind is only not enough to support it. 3 months. For 3 months, no matter what, it was too hasty. In fact, we have actually helped you think about this in advance." However, before Niklim could finish speaking, Newt's commander shook his head slightly, interrupting the old man. "Immediately afterwards, I saw this amazing animal master." One of the 05 members of SCP took a deep breath, stretched out his left hand and took out a delicate silk packet from his arms, and solemnly placed it gently on the old wizard's on the workbench. Click. A coquettish red light passed through the opening of the silk pouch and caught Nick LeMay's eyes. "So, what if you add this?" This is. Nicole LeMay opened his eyes suddenly and turned his head to look at Newt in disbelief. "This is the Philosopher's Stone belonging to Paracelsus, Mr. LeMay. There is more than the one in your hand in this world's Philosopher's Stone. If you don't mind, Mr. Paracelsus is willing I will cut it to you for now." Newt's commander shrugged his shoulders, looked at LeMay with a calm expression, and asked softly, "So, your decision now is?" "So, it's really surprising news that the little guy Paracelsus is alive. So from this situation, he should have already got a certain number, right? It's really more and more scary." Without continuing to pay attention to the magical stone that countless people in the magical world dream of, Niklim shook his head and let out an unexplained sigh. He picked up the exquisitely crafted metal badge and slowly rubbed it in his hand. The craftsmanship of the goblin, the extremely exquisite magic treatment, and the appearance of the stereotype retains traces of rough mole machine tools. This is not so much a logo that will show his identity in the future, as it is a self-introduction of it. "You guys have a problem for me." Nick LeMay gave a bitter smile and looked at Newt's commander helplessly. Even Paracelsus, who had been hidden for so many years, was dug out again, as one of Dumbledore's partners. LeMay naturally knew the other party's determination. "It's just that I still don't understand. Why must it be me?" "Because," Newt shook his head and said in a complex tone, "you are a real magic, a real human wizard. We need your wisdom and experience. Except you, there is no second suitable person." "The real magician?" This statement sounds like. Nick LeMay frowned slightly, turned his cheeks, and his gaze fell on the table subconsciously on the Hogwarts letter he had read many times before. Humans, wizards. Then, the last question. Scamander. Nicole Lamé shook his head, temporarily suppressed the confusion in his heart, and turned his head to look at Newt. If I am 051, magician, how should I call you? And besides you, what are the numbers and codes of the other members? At least Dumbledore and you should all have their own numbers, right? Humans have reproduced for nearly 3 million years, but only the last 4,000 years is meaningful. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. Gidro Lockhart stood on the podium, his eyes slowly looking around the little wizards in the classroom. His turquoise robe enveloped him, and his handsome face was full of seriousness, without the slightest book cover playful look. Unlike the dumb professor in the previous class, Lockhart's deterrent effect on students is obviously much greater. As the school bell rang in the castle, Gidro Lockhart, who walked into the classroom quickly, pulled out the magic seed and waved neatly to the side. The curtain on the left side of the classroom quickly fell down one by one, making a crashing sound. In less than 10 seconds, the entire classroom was completely shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Without any opening introduction, Lockhart cleared his throat and started his first class straight away. So, what are we doing during those millions of years? Under the nervous gaze of the little wizards, Gidro Lockhart lowered his voice, like a prophet by the ancient fire. We are hiding in a cave, sitting around a small bonfire, afraid of the things we don't understand, the explanations of how the sun rises, the monsters with human heads and birds, the stones with life. Stupid. The prehistoric moles called them gods and demons and asked them for forgiveness and praying for salvation. Unfortunately, redemption and salvation did not come. Therefore, the wizard appeared. We expelled the harpy. We learned how to drive the moving stones. After that, their number is decreasing, and our number is increasing. There are fewer and fewer things that humans fear, and ordinary people finally have a little breathing space to see the world from the perspective of the so-called Edzins. However, this world has never changed. Magic and things that magic cannot understand have always existed. If you don't want to return to the frightening era, then wizards can't stop. Nothing can protect us. We are the blade and shield of human civilization. We must learn how to continue the fire and protect ourselves. Because of this, when people with limited talents live in the sun, there are a group of top wizards who have been in the shadows to contend with the incredibles of the world, preventing them from being exposed to the public, so that other people, whether they are wizards, it is to live in a peaceful, sensible, and safe world. And me, Gidro Lockhart. Gidro Lockhart drew out his wand and waved it quickly in the air. Accompanied by his movements, all the blinds around the classroom were pulled up in an instant, and the bright sunlight repassed the windows and spilled into this spacious classroom. A series of swashes with purple sparks swished in the air. So Merlin Class 3 Medal, Merlin Class 2 Medal, Honorary Member of Defense Against the Dark Arts League, 5 times won the Witcher Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, a well-known best-selling author, in the past, present and future, are working hard to protect the world. The Black Robe Wizard W.A. Of course, this is not distinguished by the color of the clothes. He paused for a while, waiting for the little wizards in the classroom to digest what he had just said. The expressions of all the classmates were a little dazed at this time. Hermione Granger was squeezed, listening nervously and engrossly to Gidro Lockhart's opening remarks, which undoubtedly stood on the podium. The young wizard is equally stressed. Undoubtedly, judging from the current situation in the classroom, the effect may be a little too good. It's okay if Lockhart himself came up with this long paragraph, but the most important thing is that the editor of the above content is sitting right in the front of the classroom at this time, staring at him with a smile on his face, like an angel. A chilling innocent smile flashed on his face, and his fingers moved lightly on the table, obviously already a little impatient. Well, now, let's get back to business. Gidro Lockhart looked serious, and quickly gave up the idea of joking with a few more witty remarks. He waved his left hand quickly, broke the fancy introduction in the air without hesitation, cleared his throat, looked around at the little wizards in the classroom with different looks, and said solemnly, "Of course, the above content will not appear as a test site. Personally, I don't want to see you focus on studying my personal past adventures. Don't expect me to be because someone remembers me. Hobbies, and for a certain student, my identity here is just a professor, nothing more." "Huh?" Elena raised her eyebrows slightly and let out a non-committal nasal sound. The voice was very soft, only Lockhart and the little witches in the front row could hear it. "It's just that, compared to Hermione and Hannah who didn't know why, this soft nasal sound fell in Gilderoy Lockhart's ears, but it was like a sudden explosion of thunder, as the first batch of wizards who were contracted. He knew exactly what it meant. When the Silverhawk demon was preparing to deal with Peter Pettigrew, he also made a similar playful sound. The worst thing is that Lockhart doesn't know where he provokes Her Majesty the Queen. If he can ask directly when he is in private, but in the classroom of so many young wizards, Jidero Lowered can only follow the direction of the lesson plan that has been reviewed and revised by Elena before, bite the bullet and continue to talk step by step. Lockhart cleared his throat again and adjusted his stance, trying to make himself look more serious. "Although I don't know what went wrong for the time being, according to Mr. Coulter's advice, behave seriously when serving these Dark Lords, and you won't be wrong. Especially when performing the tasks of the Demon Lord, you must always remember to keep it. Majesty." Now, let us retreat a little bit and concentrate on this class. Professor Dumbledore invited me to teach at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Of course, I would not simply hope that I would teach you how to write and read. Language and literature. The purpose of existence is to record and convey the footprints of our human civilization in history. Please note, this course is not a history course. My task is to teach you how to interpret words correctly and how to express your own voice correctly and accurately. As a wizard, this is a very important ability. But remember, although I am a professor in this class, it does not mean that everything I say is correct. I just teach you a way of thinking and a perspective on things. The content that appears in the book is not necessarily reliable. I hope that you can learn to look at things dialectically instead of blindly trusting the book. Actually, Gilderoy Lockhart took a deep breath and walked off the stage. In Elena's increasingly weird eyes, he picked up the Walk with the Trolls that Hermione Granger deliberately put on hand, said openly, "For example, this book may be in your little brains. It seems to be a respectable, romantic and legendary adventure. But I have to regret to say that many places in the book have been artistically processed. A beautiful vision is the farthest emotion from understanding and truth. I only ask you to remain objective and rational." Lockhart's gaze crossed Elena's head, trying not to look at Elena's eyes. The young Chinese professor swept his eyes across the other little wizards in the classroom, and his voice gradually stabilized with confidence. Expression is the nature of human beings. People want their voices to be heard and their opinions recognized. How to reasonably express their thoughts and correctly listen to the voices of others in the modified and incomplete information is extremely important. Since getting in touch with other wizards of the Mandate of Heaven and participating in several huge transnational secret projects, Gilderoy Lockhart's vision has been so much higher. Those beautiful experiences in the past have long become a lingering nightmare. Black history. Fortunately, as a wizard, Lockhart was still quite young at this time, as Albus Dumbledore suggested. Instead of letting those meaningless false experiences continue to constrain his life, it is better to take this opportunity to peel off the bad past little by little and rewrite life. Well, please open the reference textbook Walk with Giant Monsters in front of you. Lockhart raised his right hand, showed the book in his hand, and motioned everyone to take out the book from the pile of books. In this class, I will first explain the true story to you, and then tell you what rhetoric and expression methods should we use if we want to write this story well. Now, under my leadership, everyone will follow me to read the first section of Volume 1, Chapter 2. It's another big chapter! Chapter 765 The Cracked Road 4,000 word chapter. For a long time, Gryffindor College has been circulating such a saying. Behind any command to put up the magic wand, there will never be a lesson worth looking forward to. At this point, whether it was the history of magic, astronomy class, potions class, defense against the dark arts without exception, they all corroborated this statement. It's just that since last semester, all this began to undergo subtle changes, with the gradual enrichment of the practical part of the potions class and the emergence of the Hogwarts calendar. Most students are not so repulsive to these two courses. Of course, they have not shown much in relative terms. After all, lessons learned through quill, ink, and parchment are not as fun as waving a magic wand, no matter what you think. It was not until this day that the students suddenly realized that if the content of the textbooks is wonderful enough, even if the professor does not take the initiative to ask them to read, they will not help but watch it. And when there is an excellent eloquent teacher in this class, the time lapse of the whole class is almost to an incredible point. Okay, get out of class is over, classmates. Gidro Lockhart clapped his palms helplessly, and repeated for the third time. Lunch time is about to begin. I don't want to see Professor Dumbledore appear at the door, forcibly taking me and all of you to the auditorium to have dinner. If you have any questions afterwards, talk more about it between classes. But Professor, what happened later? After you and the monster entered the cave in order to avoid the mudslide, Harry Potter asked with excitement in his eyes, somewhat hastily. And beside him, Ron Weasley, Draco Malfoy, and others also had the same curious look. The little wizards crowded around the lecture table and surrounded the poor great writer, and asked all the questions. The stories that have not been finished in class. The bell rang for almost 10 minutes, and there was still no student left in the classroom. I repeat, these are all fictional stories. Gidro Lockhart sighed helplessly and looked at the little guys around the desk with a headache. As a best-selling author, in the past few years, he has held several signing meetings for Lockhart. Now it's just a different place to tell the story. The only difference may be from at the beginning of this class, he did not continue to forcibly tell other people's experiences as his own heroic deeds as he did in the past, but made up his own self-defeating deeds out of thin air. For example, in the original book A Journey with Giant Monsters, this is just an ordinary short trip. However, as Gidro Lockhart laid down the burden and no longer emphasized the authenticity of the story, when creating on-site based on this in the classroom, the story began to become more exciting. The rich body language of the trolls, full of drama, the natural and man-made calamities of color, the incredible treasure hunting and the mystery for children of this age, it is simply a fatal attraction. But, you wrote this. You have so many amazing experiences. Hannah Abbott looked at Lockhart with admiration. Even if she grew up in the Broken Cauldron Bar, she had never heard such a thrilling, intense and magical adventure. It was like the appearance of a legendary protagonist. In reality, as for Hermione next to her, she was not much better. After a short lesson, she wrote 4 or 5 pages of notes. Oh, books can be deceiving, boy. Lockhart glanced at Elena, who looked indifferent, and said quickly, if you think about it carefully, I am only 28 years old this year. I have written a total of 7 books in 10 years. Even if I don't think about the time of creation, then I might start traveling around the world as soon as I graduated. Memories. Let's take a look at what I just said in class. Artistic processing. At least half of it comes from imagination and creation. But you did reach those places, right? Hermione Granger shook her head, turned over the handbook prepared before the start of the class, and corrected seriously. Even if you have not really experienced something, but the stories you write in the book, no matter in terms of logic and feasibility, there is no problem. In other words, they can all be regarded as real. Guidance exists. Miss Granger, alas, you can't talk nonsense. Gidro Lockhart felt cold sweat gradually oozing from his back, frowned and explained. This is not as simple as you said. I have repeatedly emphasized that there must be a problem in the head of people who are looking for realism in fictional stories. What I am writing is only a story based on fantasy, but what will happen in practice? It takes a lot of effort to reach a conclusion. What you need to learn is the way of writing, not the story itself. In this school, there are a lot of wizards who are better than me. If you are really interested in trolls, werewolves, vampires, and banshees, then I suggest that you better leave your questions to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Go to, not a Chinese class. Oh, okay, see. I didn't want to be like this. Looking around at the little wizards who were still around him, Lockhart sighed again. Immediately afterwards, he drew out his wand and tapped on the large blackboard behind him, and a few rows of words appeared on the blackboard immediately. Language and Literature Course 2nd Grade. Homework this week. Please use the following elements to create a short essay on your own trolls, wizards, travel, friends, food, magic. It is required that the content in the main text must have a strong relationship with these elements. Choose a good angle, clear style, self-made title, do not copy or plagiarize, no less than 800 words. Sincerely sorry, children. I have to arrange an assignment for you. If you really can't wait to know the follow-up story, please use your quill to show it in your composition. Gidro Lockhart knocked on the blackboard again, raising his voice and speaking harshly. Now, everyone packs up things and eats in the auditorium, please. Don't force me to deduct points for this. This is the first class of the new semester. The most important thing you need to do is to clear your brains and greet the afternoon class. In the fourth urging of Gidro Lockhart, the little wizards of the 2nd grade finally dispersed, packed up the paper, pen and textbooks on their desktops, reluctantly left the Chinese classroom and headed downstairs. Auditorium. Compared with the follow-up of the exciting story, the pressure of homework and deduction seems to be slightly better for the time being. It's just that, judging from the expressions on the faces of the students, if nothing else, the few free copies given by Gidro Lockhart in the next week are likely to become the most popular in the school. Extracurricular readings. What a humble man, Professor Lockhart, Ron Weasley said admiringly when the sophomores walked down the long steps and returned to the auditorium for dinner. If it is said that I have done so many great things, then I would definitely want to let the whole world know immediately and brag about it. The only regret is that he still assigned his homework, and he would not ask if he knew it. Then, so you are not Professor Lockhart, Weasley. Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows and couldn't help pouring cold water. You should think about the composition. There is no place to copy this thing. I believe that with the level of Professor Lockhart, even if you just copy a beginning, you can still be picked out in an instant, and your mathematics. Tut, why would the noble Malfoy family members have the desire to win or lose in mul subjects? Ron seemed to be stabbed by something, and turned his head unconcernedly, staring at Draco like a cockfight. As the most mediocre child in the Weasley family, Ron is not so competitive. In fact, he originally planned to just mess around, just a little bit more interesting. It's fine if someone else says so. Ron wouldn't be so stupid to do extra work for himself, but he can only accept being mocked by the Malfoy family. Ron, that's not what Draco meant. Harry glanced at the two friends around him embarrassedly, trying to make a round. I'm so sorry, Harry, that's what I meant. However, before he could finish speaking, Malfoy let out a disdainful sneer and said coldly, holding his arms, Ron Weasley, I just feel more and more that it is really shameful to be alongside a guy like you who doesn't think of being motivated. I have endured you for a long time. Since last year, I have been copying Harry and me. Don't you feel ashamed of your homework? Malfoy, you don't go too far. Ron glanced at the students around him, his face flushed instantly, and he squeezed his fists hard. Even if he didn't turn his head, Ron could clearly feel that as the dispute between the two suddenly broke out, the queue came to a halt for a while. Everyone looked at him and Malfoy curiously, whispering to each other. What is talking about? Draco, wrong. Harry frowned and bumped the boy next to him with his elbow. "This is between me and Ron, Harry. Don't worry, I won't wave my fist at him." Draco Malfoy shook his head slightly, pulled Harry away in front of him, walked up to Ron, and stared at the Weasley boy who was panting like an angry bison without fear. Squinted his eyes arrogantly. "Why? Do you want to fight? If this is your only way of expression, then come on, you Malfoy." "Very good." Ron Weasley panted violently. His fists creaked, trying to restrain his urge to smash that nasty face with a punch, staring viciously at the suddenly troubled Draco Malfoy. "Said every word. Didn't you expect you to think so all the time?" "I remember, young master." "Or did I say something wrong?" "Except for Quidditch and Wizard chess. Do you put your mind on learning? If you think you can beat me in a certain subject exam, then I will do whatever you want." "It's a pity, huh?" "Enough, Draco, shut up." "What happened to you today?" Harry Potter tugged Malfoy hard, pulling him away from Ron, turning his head to look at Ron. "And Ron, you guys calm down for a while. I think there is any misunderstanding." "There is no misunderstanding. I can hear it clearly," Ron said bitterly. "As a scumbag, I just don't deserve to be friends with the noble Master Malfoy." "You show me a good look, Draco Malfoy. I hope that by the end of this semester, you'd better remember what you said." "If." After speaking, Ron raised his hand and opened Harry's right hand extended. He squeezed through the crowd and rushed down the stairs. Harry turned his head abruptly, looked at Draco Malfoy extraordinarily angrily, and frowned. "Draco, don't you think that what you just said was a bit too much?" "Maybe it's a bit, but so what? Am I wrong?" Draco Malfoy curled his lips and said calmly, with mixed emotions in his voice. In fact, at the end of last year, Ron himself should have discovered that if there was no bonus for the final checkerboard level of the Black Magic level, he would have fallen behind, let alone starting this year. Draco Malfoy shook his head, and did not finish. Perhaps for most of the little wizards, the lesson just now was just an interesting story meeting, but in the eyes of Draco Malfoy, who just joined the Special Containment Procedures Foundation not long ago, the significance of it totally different. There is no doubt that Mr. Gidro Lockhart is also a member of the Foundation. And not surprisingly, the status of this Chinese professor in the Foundation is not low, or at least not lower than the level of the Bleeville researcher Bill Weasley, who served as his facilitator. That is to say, most likely to be an A-level member. Although I still don't fully understand the meaning of this class and the previous math class. But combining the observations of the past few days, Draco Malfoy is at least one thing for sure: Hogwarts should have unprecedented changes this year, otherwise it will not be such a large-scale convening of those graduates back to school, and under this kind of change, no one will deliberately stop and wait for those who fall behind. Whether it is math class or Chinese class, the homework further proves this point. Big Sister, oh no, or to be more precise, it should be the huge mysterious force including Big Sister Elena, Professor Dumbledore, and the Ministry of Magic, who are screening students in some way. It may be a little wrong. I missed the future. Sorry, Weasley, I hope you can stand up. Draco Malfoy raised his head, looked at the figure not far away, and pinched the badge in his pocket. As an ordinary class member, there are only so many things he can do. This is also the private task that Bill Weasley previously assigned to him in the Hogwarts Express box. At the same time, at the top entrance of the stairs, "Aren't you going to persuade you?" Draco and Ron seemed to be at odds. Hannah Abbott lightly touched the white-haired dumpling next to her, and said with some worry, because they were stuck at the very end of the team, they could not hear the complete conversation. They only vaguely heard the conversation in which the two raised their voices and blamed each other, not knowing what happened below. "Really? I don't think so." Elena raised her eyebrows, looked at the little boy not far away, and shook her head slightly. "Why do I think that the two people seem to have a good relationship? Perhaps this is the way boys express friendship. It's really stupid, stubborn and naive, but it does seem to have a little effect. At this delicate time node, even with the foresight, She could not be sure where the magical world would go in the future. Under such circumstances, she naturally had no time to take care of and urge everyone around her. It's just that Draco Malfoy reminded her of this. Perhaps we should try to give them more opportunities. 2 in 1 chapter. Gwa, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 766. The temptation to dismiss the horse. Big chapter. Ask for votes. At noon this day, while eating in the auditorium, Ron, don't take it to your heart. George Weasley pushed a plate of beef stew in front of him. Those Slytherin guys are not all like this. There is no need to be angry about the Malfoy boy's words. If I'm too angry, we will find a chance to beat him up later. Fred nodded in agreement. George, Fred, can you say these things in front of me? Percy Weasley gave a light cough, said helplessly, and knocked the potato in front of Ron. Anyway, eat something first. Even if you starve yourself to death on the table, you can teach Malfoy a lesson. Ron spooned the potato stew into his plate, picked up the fork, but didn't eat it. Percy, he suddenly raised his head and said in a serious tone, can you help me? From tomorrow on, I will follow you to the library every day. I want to study hard next year. Want to try to win the prefect. The fork in Fred's hand clicked and fell off, and his twin brothers also had the same ghost-like look. If this sentence is changed to Ginny, it may be a little more relevant, but it is placed in this small group of people who play chess and read Quidditch magazines. Brother, please, Ron, you should be more sober. Fred screamed and said with a strange expression, it is enough to have a prefect in the family. It is too early for you to consider this. Besides, I don't think the prefect is a very good role. That's right, I also don't think you need to fight for such a thing. Okay? Before Fred and George could finish their words, 2 similar tones came from across the dining table. Bill Weasley and Charlie Weasley stopped the knives and forks in their hands, glanced at Fred meaningfully, and watched quietly as their own livable brother gradually reacted, and then slowly condensed in their eyes into a stone statue. Compared to Percy Weasley, the status of the 2 brothers, Charlie and Bill, is obviously much higher in the family. It was only at this moment that the twin brothers suddenly realized that after the 2 childhood shadows returned to campus, the number of Weasley's former student council presidents, prefects, and Quidditch captains among the Weasleys in Hogwarts instantly shows an overwhelming advantage. Ignoring the 2 Pipe Weasleys next to him, Percy took a deep look at Ron. If you really make up your mind, then start tonight, Percy said calmly. Ron looked at Percy, nodding firmly and firmly. After a short pause, Percy thought for a while and added an extra sentence. Besides, don't expect me to help you too much. After all, I haven't taken the new 2 courses. The matter of the magic course mainly depends on your own efforts and talent. As for the prefect, there are many things to consider. Even I don't know what the specific standards are. I can only say everything may be excellent. I know, Charlie Weasley said nonchalantly, pouring himself a glass of milk. Professor McGonagall's evaluation criteria are nothing more than 3 grades, popularity, and Quidditch as a bonus item. The first 2 can only rely on Ron himself, but if it is Quidditch, Ron, after school this afternoon, bring your broom to the court. As the legendary captain who led the Gryffindor Academy to dominate the skies of Hogwarts for 3 years, Charlie Weasley is absolutely sure to train Ron as a unique player. In fact, with his influence in the team, even if Ron is the core to build a tactical system, it is not impossible to think carefully. Sounds interesting. Bill Weasley took a closer look at the looks of his brothers, smiled and nodded. George and Fred, you 2 are also with Ron. He'll supervise you. It may never happen before in the history of Hogwarts. There are 7 people in the family who are attending school at the same time. This is very rare. Huh? We want to be together? Fred was stunned. His neck stiffly turned around, making a click. George's mouth twitched, with a trace of luck on his face. He asked gently and cautiously, Brother, are you trying to say Fred and I supervise Ron to get their number. You two really need to make up a lesson. Magic is your biggest support in the future. Bill Weasley shook his head unimpressed, and said solemnly, Mum specifically told me before departure that if you still take a bunch of passes back this year, then my situation may be worse than yours, so I have a gift this Christmas. Sorry, Bill, you lied. Mom clearly said, let you find a girlfriend this year. At this moment, Ginny, who had just ran into the auditorium, stuck out her tongue while sitting down next to Percy, and opened her mouth without hesitation. Ever since Percy learned that Fred and George had found girlfriends separately, although Mrs. Weasley scolded a few words from time to time, but secretly began to urge the other Weasley boys more attentively. Child, especially Bill Weasley, who is the eldest brother in the family, is carefully questioned by his mother almost every time he comes back. That is just one of my mother's requirements, not mandatory. Bill's face froze, he stared fiercely at his brothers who were trying to suppress their smiles, and turned to look at the youngest sister in the family. Ginny, after today's training is over, you will be with your brothers too. Just learn. I just want to learn some magic quickly, Ginny Weasley said nonchalantly, snatching a glass of ice juice from Percy. By the way, Irina and the others can come together. We still want to try to form a Quidditch team, but without broomsticks, instructors, and venues. This week's training program is not difficult at all and it's really boring. That Slytherin first-year girl. Percy Weasley frowned worriedly. That girl is not easy. I heard during class this morning. She is the new shadow prefect of Slytherin College, a first-year student. This is not something ordinary people can do. Ginny, you better be careful. Don't talk to her, go too close. So what, isn't this a good thing? Anyway, I've already had a fight with her and I lost terribly. Ignoring the suddenly wide-eyed brothers around, Ginny said in a tone as if she was talking about what to eat in the afternoon. Irina is really good. Except for Luna Lovegood, no one in the class is her opponent. But in terms of brain power, Ravenclaw's Danilova is slightly better. Anyway, we've made it today. Let's study together and make progress together. No one is allowed to hide. Finally, we will compete again at the end of the semester. Fight. Fight? You fight in the first class in the morning? After Percy Weasley froze for a while, subconsciously raised the volume. Normal class schedule, don't get too excited, Percy. Before Percy could finish her words, Ginny Weasley rolled her eyes, opened her school bag, took out a training schedule, and handed it directly under his nose. Morning, physical training required plus free fighting women's self-defense skills optional. Afternoon, pre-kindergarten mathematics plus pre-kindergarten natural. Bill and Charlie are in the venue next to us. Their strength is much higher than ours. While cutting the beef on the dinner plate with a knife and fork, she casually explained, their opponents are a group of adult wizards from outside the school. They can use their wands to fight in the first class, although they lose in the morning. It's miserable. It's almost, if it wasn't for those guys who were holding back. Charlie retorted excitedly. How many times are you talking about? Anyway, I don't remember seeing someone knocked down by you, Ginny said lightly. Don't say it's us. Even if you add the entire 7th grade together, it may not be the opponent of those guys. There is no shame. Most of us are students who have just graduated, rather than specializing in magic fighting for many years. The era. Bill Weasley shook his head unimpressed, and admitted openly. In fact, since the moment he saw the sparring personnel on the field this morning, Bill Weasley knew that they had no chance of winning. Some of them looked like Fantastic Beasts Association breeders. In fact, the identity is the elite combat group of WIB. Even if it is the era of the Ministry of Magic, no more than 5 times the number will be wiped out. Undoubtedly, in order to give them back to her school graduate students a disarm, the eldest made up her mind. As a Class B researcher affiliated with Skring-Otts, Bill Weasley has no interest in fighting those field personnel who practice magic confrontation almost every day. Every time a confrontation starts, he cleverly sends a wave first. Compared to running around the world to perform tasks, he still prefers research work. At the same time, the Hogwarts College metropolitan area. In the morning, the lecture hall used as an explanatory venue had become empty. The Fairy Douglas sat on the chair in the front row of the hall, while throwing gold coins, while patiently waiting for the pocket watch in his hand to gradually pass by. If any Gringotts goblin sees this scene, the first reaction is whether it has been cursed by a wizard. In Gringotts Wizarding Bank, there is almost nothing that can make a goblin supervisor wait, and as the chief financial officer of Gringotts Wizarding Bank today, there are very few things worthy of Douglas' time in the world. Unless, on the podium not far away, a blue light flashed. Ding! Douglas caught the gold coin in his hand, stood up and walked quickly to the front of the podium, bending over respectfully. "Welcome to Hogwarts Academy City, Honorable Magic His Excellency Nico LeMay. I am Gringotts Wizarding Bank Galeville Director Douglas. From now on your manpower and material resources any needs can be raised to me. College City. Where is Dumbledore?" Nicole LeMay looked around, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said calmly, "Also, don't call me a magic for now. I still have a few questions that I haven't figured out. Whether it's Newt's invitation or Dumbledore's letter, in addition to the alluring blueprints of vision, what makes Nickleem hesitate and curious the most is that it is hidden behind the scenes and has never been revealed." Black Hand. However, whenever he asked this question, Newt always showed a strange look that could not be exhausted. According to Newt Scamander, unless Nick LeMay agrees to take over this responsibility, even he can't disclose much information, and most of the information is difficult to describe in words. If Nick LeMay is really interested, it may be more intuitive to go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to experience and chat for yourself. In fact, since he had just been on the thief ship for less than a month, Newt was actually a little confused so far. Therefore, after Nicolem and Newt Scamander chatted for a few hours, he quickly made up his mind. No matter whether he accepted the invitation later, he would go to Hogwarts Castle first. Ask Dumbledore for clarity. What surprised him was that the temporary door key provided by Newt did not end in the school. Moreover, the receptionist was not a certain wizard he imagined, but the head of the goblin from the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The content embodied in this is quite worthy of taste. This is really not a simple wizarding organization. If he remembered correctly, even the birth of the Sorcerer's Stone did not allow the goblin to choose to surrender to the wizard. Just as Nicolem thought about it, the small middle-aged fairy not far away cleared his throat. "I'm very sorry, it's lunchtime, so Professor Dumbledore may not be able to receive you for the time being." Douglas looked at the pocket watch in his hand, smiled and bent over, and replied quickly. "But roughly an hour and 12 minutes later, he and another old friend of yours will be waiting for you in the principal's office. Whether it is the Foundation activities tonight or some follow-up general framework issues, he will come to you." Answer. Now, do you plan to visit your laboratory area first, or board a ship? Oh, yes, I heard Newt say. Nick LeMay nodded thoughtfully, blinked a little curiously, and said with a smile, "It's the one in Newt's mouth. It is said to represent the highest level of alchemy in the magical and non-magical worlds today. After seeing it, it is likely to subvert my previous concept of a new era creation." "All right, just take a look at it. It is good." In his mind, Newt Scamander was not a wizard who was used to making fuss, whether it's Smooth Barton's giant carriage, Durmstrang's magic ship, or the Hogwarts Express. As a well-known great alchemist, Nicolem is no stranger to these alchemy results transformed from mole vehicles. He is a little curious about what kind of magic ship it is that will get Newt like this. Evaluation of. "All right, I understand." The smile on Douglas the Goblin's face grew stronger, and he nodded respectfully. "But before that, I think you may need to look at some long-term pictures, including some of the detailed parameters of the magic ship you are about to board. Otherwise I am worried that you may not be able to form a more specific outline in your mind." 2 in 1 chapter. Ask for votes. Chapter 767, Elena, the Nemesis of Evil. The rest of the afternoon was flat, and there was no quarrel. In the Proverbs of Mankind for a long time, There is such a saying, there are only exhausted cows and no bad land. The two newly added courses are not an unbearable heavy burden for the little wizards of Hogwarts. After a short complaint, the students who gradually accepted the reality quickly found their own fun in them. Undoubtedly, Mr. Alexei obviously underestimated the gossip hearts of the little wizards. In less than half a day, news that Hogwarts is expected to conduct joint activities with other wizarding schools next year has spread to every corner of Hogwarts, and a little bit of detail has been added to certain guidelines. Later, even without explanations from the professors, the students relied on their efforts to discover and piece together the truths of activities in the library. In theory, any place that teaches magic can be called a magic school regardless of its size. However, just as in the non-magical world, the Ministry of Education of various countries will evaluate and grade the qualifications of various universities. In the wizarding world, there is also a similar management agency, a subsidiary of the International Wizarding Federation, the Education Department of the International Wizarding Federation, which is responsible for supervising magic schools around the world and reviewing whether they are eligible for large schools. Up to now, including Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a total of 11 long-established and prestigious wizarding schools have been registered with the International Wizarding Federation. Any wizard family who wants to know whether there is a certified wizarding school in the area, you can use OWL to write to the Ministry of Education for inquiries, and submit the application for admission. Click to expand list of magic schools that can be filled in at present. As for the remaining magic schools, either they are unwilling to expose themselves or they are not qualified enough, so they cannot pass the minimum review standards of the Education Department of the International Wizarding Federation. They can only exist as an informal school, as a magic training institution. According to the information leaked inadvertently by Mr. Alexei, the students quickly locked on to two schools, Boothbutton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in France and Kodos Dorot's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Russia. And these two schools have indeed co-organized many inter-school competitions with Hogwarts in history. When it came to dinner in the evening, almost everyone was talking about it, except, "So, what event are we going to host next year, Professor Dumbledore?" Minerva McGonagall turned her head and looked at the old wizard beside her with a confused look. In such an afternoon, at least 10 Gryffindor students tried to learn some information from her, but the most important thing was that as the vice principal of Hogwarts, she had nothing to do. No news. One of the versions I heard was the Magic School Potions Championship, but unfortunately, as a potions professor at Hogwarts, I also did not receive any news. "Perhaps we should ask Professor Dumbledore," Severus Snape said with a gloomy face, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore's face as well. Around the 15th century, such a competition was held between the four schools of witchcraft and wizardry, Hogwarts, Kodos Dorot's, Witchcraft and Vagardo, and the winning school would receive a golden crucible. Unfortunately, until the end of the last Potions Championship, Hogwarts never won a championship, which is almost a shame in the history of Hogwarts potions. It won't always be the Triwizard Tournament, right? With Boothbutton and Durmstrang. Madame Pomfrey, the medical director of the school, frowned and asked worriedly, if it can be used to build friendships among young wizards between different countries. This is indeed a very worthwhile activity, but safety is still a big problem after all. Although the source of the news first came from the dumb mathematics professor Alexei, for the professors at Hogwarts, the way to obtain the final information is obviously still inclined to hear Dumbledore directly. Professor's explanation. After all, as a dumb canon, that gentleman's only channel of information about magic was Dumbledore. Dumbledore blinked his blue eyes, and the golden goblet in his hand stopped in the air. In fact, he only heard these news from Baimachu Anzi a few weeks ago. As for most of the communication with the Ministry of Magic and the liaison and consultation with several other schools, it was also done by Professor Arno Dumbledore. All he needs to do is to wait until the project is finalized, and finally review and check. See if it needs to be redone at a time, or simply veto it. This is the reason why he will feel relieved and boldly delegate power. It's just logically speaking, isn't it pretty early to the final time? About this matter, there are many aspects involved, many of which are still in the discussion stage. Dumbledore thought for a moment, and replied rather helplessly, considering the sentence. As for the specific results, after I get a definite answer from the relevant person tonight, I will give everyone a unified explanation. Until then, the students' questions will not be answered for the time being. Compared with the cooperation between schools that started after Christmas at the earliest, at least in Dumbledore's view, Hogwarts curriculum reform this year and the performance of the new professors are the most important at the moment. Things not to mention, outside the Hogwarts gate at this time, the Hogwarts College City is gradually taking shape, and in the sky above the castle, there is still an outrageously large steel island. In the Slytherin chamber a few kilometers below Hogwarts Castle, there is also a basilisk that may wake up at any time. After teaching at Hogwarts for most of his life, Albus Dumbledore experienced the difficulty of the job as a principal for the first time. And the culprit responsible for all this. Thinking of this, Dumbledore subconsciously raised his head and looked at the long table at Ravenclaw College. As if feeling his gaze, Elena Castellana suddenly stopped talking with the girls next to her, raised her head and quickly glanced at Dumbledore, and at the same time smiled and raised Gao, who was full of juice in her hand. The foot cup was poignant. Tonight, don't forget, Elena said silently and slowly, looking at the mouth shape of the black-hearted little padded jacket. Dumbledore felt a little stagnant, and instantly felt a little nauseous in his chest, and his head that was slightly painful because of the inquiry of the professors around him hurt a little again. It is simply a crime. Following Elena's prompt, he suddenly remembered that today's highlight has not yet begun. Since the three-generation Dark Lord arrived at Hogwarts, the first day of school has never been calm. The only consolation is that after a year of growth, Elena Jasper Castellano is no longer confined to doing things among Hogwarts students. Her wings are already strong enough, and most of the European magic world. Hey, everyone, let me have dinner first. Dumbledore sighed and looked melancholy at the unscented red snapper in front of him. Perhaps it was because he didn't embarrass the little guy during this period. After the return of Chef Hogwarts, his meals looked good. Not the bland and tasteless salt-controlled healthy meals of last year. Unlike the common pan fried with coarse salt, this fish is flavored with lemon juice from Ravenclaw College. This kind of sweet and sour taste of Thai cuisine is very suitable for elderly people like Dumbledore. The skin of the sea bream grilled by the magic flame is very crispy, without the slightest deep-fried taste. The sea bream is tender and juicy. The cut white fish is a little dazzling in the light. Scattered basil leaves and small yellow flowers are dotted with the processed. On the surface of the sea bream's skin, the Nanyang-style spicy sauce is arranged in the shape of a small fish. In addition, whether it is palm sugar shrimp balls as a starter, lemongrass beef tongue rolls, or mango macarons as a dessert, or even a soup made repeatedly using beef blood as a stock, all are first-class exquisiteness. It's a pity that Dumbledore today is not the happy Hogwarts principal he was a year ago. Based on his understanding of the white-haired dumpling, the more she behaved, the more she promoted the pleasure of food in these places, the more things she might ask for or have done afterwards. Worried and afraid. It's just that with Gellert Grindelwald, Newt Scamander, Xenophilus Lovegood and even Nicoline Paracelsus, these after the wizards with great influence in the magical world gathered around the little devil for various reasons, the situation nowadays can no longer be controlled by Dumbledore alone. The only thing to be thankful for is, Dumbledore scooped up the fish with a melancholy expression, put it in his mouth and chewed slowly, thinking about the future arrangements. Fortunately, there is Tom here. If there are so many goals, it should be enough for this little girl to toss for a long time. As for the subsequent arrangements for several large-scale international events each year, it should still be able to delay the handover work, right? Dumbledore was savoring a delicious dinner while looking thoughtfully at the professors in the staff seats. As the principal of Hogwarts, He has been in this castle for too long. Perhaps, as Nicole Eames suggested a few years ago, he should try to take the burden off his body and hand it over to the outstanding latecomers, such as Minerva McGonagall, and Severus Snape is a very good candidate. Even setting aside the knowledge and teaching attitude of these two people, according to Dumbledore's observations in the past year, these two people should be one of the very few teachers in this school who might be able to cure little girl. Besides, if he remembered correctly, when Elena was brought into Hogwarts Castle for the first time, these two professors were also involved. Of course, before that, first of all, he had to accompany Elena to solve a few small historical issues, whether it is from the perspective of the principal of Hogwarts, or from the perspective of the guardian of the magical world. This is a problem he must solve to properly deal with those scattered here because of his momentary soft-heartedness. Evil magic items in the world. Chapter 768, False Shadow. In 1905, the German physicist Albert Einstein referred to time and space collectively as four-dimensional space-time on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, and the trajectory of particles in the four-dimensional space-time is the world line. Later, this concept was further expanded and extended to the historical trajectory of the entire universe as a traverser, especially the butterfly who has the advantage of prophecy. For a long time Elena has actually been testing the world line converging effect of this world. Details expand. After all, even if Harry and Hermione use the time converter to travel back to the past in the original work, it doesn't seem to actually reset history in the true sense. Not so much that they changed history, it's better to say that the world is completing in order to ensure the result of converging the important points of difference. The interference was initiated. Just like the point that Stephen Hawking will put forward this year, the existence of the time series protection conjecture prevents the generation of closed-type time curves. Those in the observation sequence cannot apply the word occurrence between two observations. The state of affairs, let alone reset the collapsed quantum state. To put it simply, visitors from the parallel world can change the world line. All the behaviors of the traversers in this world, whether in mathematics or physics, are themselves an established trajectory parameter. This world can't finally look back. Elena raised her head and looked at the faculty seat with a bright look in her eyes. In fact, for a long time, she has been worried about the so-called fatalism and the world line converging effect, and the easiest way to break all of these is to overturn the chessboard. Through her efforts over the past year or so, Hogwarts, the Wizarding World, and even the entire human world have completely embarked on a completely different path from the history of the Harry Potter series written by J.K. Rowling. And Elena was finally relieved. Under the flapping of her little butterfly wings, even if there was any binding power, she had obviously given up struggling completely at this time and let her dress up at will. Whether it is the central banking Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the Hogwarts education of magic fusion, the Demon King's Revolutionary Army reborn in the ruins, the Special Containment Measures Foundation hidden in the shadow even if she suddenly disappears one day, these seeds of thought that have been scattered in various fields will not be extinguished immediately. However, for Elena, all this is just a jigsaw puzzle leading to the new world. Under her interference, Grindelwald, Lockhart, Lovegood, Dumbledore, Malfoy, Blake, Lupin, too many people's original life trajectory has appeared without them knowing. After the earth-shaking changes, Elena finally has enough capital to try to uncover the fog. Without the help of God's perspective, creating the future is much harder than changing. Unsurprisingly, the city of Hogwarts hadn't started long before it was due to lack of energy and computing power, and its progress was stagnant. These were roads that were not mentioned in the original book. However, how could the third-generation Dark Lord be a character who drifts with the flow and hesitates in the fog? The knowledge and vision in Elena's mind is not limited to the plot of a series. Under her instruction, at least half of the magicians who belonged to Destiny have come to the school as Hogwarts physical training instructor, relying on the assistance of this group of wizards. Several near-perfect theories. The shape of the Faraday cage is undergoing the first anti-magic magnetic interference test. The surrounding area of Hogwarts is full of strong magical magnetic fields, which can cause strong interference to electronic devices. In fact, in places where most wizards gather in the magic world, this phenomenon can be said to be extremely common. The previous solution in the magic world was to use magic to replace electric drives. For example, the magic camera she bought for Luna last year, or the magic radio station powered by magic, or the magic printer of Lovey Good's house. It is a pity that these are all substitutes for inversion of cause and effect without exception. The wizards did not really understand the principle, but used magic to preserve the shape and transform it into a magic prop with similar results. The black box principle. And if we want to integrate the two worlds, then their causality must form a loop. One of the technologies that the former Soviet Union excels at is how to maintain the most basic social order in the event of a nuclear war, and that there will be no gaps and stagnation in the study of civilization. Elena looked up at the magic candle above the auditorium, thinking lightly. Whether it is a magical civilization or a non-magical civilization, it has not yet risen to the law of tampering, or the level of civilization that rewrites the parameters of the universe. In Hogwarts Castle, classical physics still has extremely tenacious vitality and is naturally strong. Magnetic fields are not rare in the academia of later generations. On the other hand, electronic equipment under a strong magnetic field is not completely failure. According to Elena's previous estimation, as long as a part of the energy is invested in analyzing the state of the magical magnetic field around Hogwarts, within a month, it should be possible to manufacture equipment that can be used in this area. What's more, under the blessing of magic, the efficiency of this reverse cracking may become even higher. After the batch of electric motors, electric heaters, and electromagnetic non-magical industrial artifacts purchased by Douglas are sent to the Hogwarts research area, she can begin cross-testing of alternating current and direct current, and on this basis, she can also try to transform magical energy, try to introduce new members into the energy system. As an underage witch, most of what she can think of are some very simple fusions. But through the research of scholars of the former Soviet Union, she can push a whole new civilized world on top of this fusion. In addition, as more and more heavyweight wizards enter the Foundation, the magic civilization has finally become less shabby. Those magical knowledge that may be lost and dusty is affected by the arrival of these heavyweight wizards. Restart the flow and inheritance. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is very likely to become the top magic shrine, and there is no one. Undoubtedly, this is also the point that fascinates Dumbledore and the British Ministry of Magic the most, especially when the exchanges between the international magic circles begin to thaw. This may be the last chance for the Centre to shuffle the cards. You know, as the fame of Voldemort and Death Eaters gradually spread around the world, under the warning of the International Wizards Federation, the Ministry of Magic of various countries finally began to face this dark wizard. After being identified by various forces, the one in Russia, the dangerous magic items contained were finally confirmed as Horcruxes. And this also means that from this moment on, an immortal horror demon has appeared in the magical world. As for the reason why Voldemort appeared in Russia, it was naturally clear. Under the analysis of Albus Dumbledore, Newt Scamander, Cornelius Fudge and other wizards who have fought against the dark forces, the International Wizarding Federation also recognized their views. Whether it's the V gold coin scam that broke the British magic world, the igniting Goblin War, the suspicious disintegration of the Soviet Union, the attack on the core commercial street of the Russian magic world, even the imprint of the Grindelwald convening in Salzburg a year ago, in the latest investigations by Dumbledore and the Austrian Ministry of Magic, it seems that there is the shadow of Voldemort who is disguised as being imprisoned in the castle Grindelwald, provoking a war between the wizard and the mole police, but fortunately it did not succeed in the end. There is no doubt that Voldemort and the Death Eaters vainly tried to destroy the civilized order, imitating or even surpassing Gellert Grindelwald, starting wars all over the world and making order no longer exist. And what is more frightening than the former is that he does not use evil as a means, but uses evil as his goal. If it weren't for all the coincidences, Voldemort's previous terrible plans, no matter which one succeeds, is very likely to truly set off a disaster between the two worlds. The most intuitive impact is that after a few days of meeting and negotiation, the Ministry of Magic and the International Wizarding Federation of various countries established an organization called SCPF to investigate and deal with this extremely dangerous transnational terrorists and focused on the American magic world. With the help of Ghidorah Lockhart, American veteran Ira Christopher Ryan, as well as the Russian Iras and American Iras who participated in the fight against the Death Eaters, all said that they heard it with their own ears. Before Voldemort ran away, he arrogantly issued the declaration of crime. His next goal is the United States. He wants to bring American society to collapse and cause war to break out. What makes the Wizards of the Magic Congress of the United States and the International Federation of Wizards shudder is that after asking MUL leaders about the non-magical society, the collapse seems to have begun. What frightened everyone the most was that until now, they have not been able to find how Voldemort silently brought a powerful MUL kingdom to the brink of collapse, let alone what he was going to do next. What follows in exchange is naturally an increasingly hysterical inventory. Human civilization has been shaky. Both the magical and non-magical worlds do not want a third world war, and now the methods and clues for breaking the game have been clearly pointed out. Coming in the American magical world, guard the order, or eliminate Voldemort completely. Of course, this also means Elena and the city of Hogwarts have received an extremely precious period of respite and development. At least until the full recovery of the US economy, those annoying sights will not leave the United States easily. On the other hand, the most subtle and interesting thing is that under the magnifying glass, if the traces of American wizards who have interfered with the non-magical world are exposed, all the black pots have their best destination. Your notoriety ranges from Hogwarts to Ifamoni. No one knows. No one knows. In the Hogwarts auditorium, Elena gently shook the red pomegranate juice in the glass, turned her head to look in the direction of the Slytherin table, muttered in her heart, and squinted her eyes happily. Dear Senior Riddle, your wish during your lifetime, I have helped you realize it. If one day in the future, history is written by me, I will definitely find a way to make you an Earl of Glamorgan. As for now, the dinner time was almost over, and the little wizards got up and left the auditorium. However, Elena still sat quietly at the long table at Ravenclaw, did not leave, sipping the pomegranate juice in her hand while waiting very patiently for the time to pass. Seeing that there were fewer people in the auditorium, Hermione and Hannah, who were sitting in a daze at their respective academies desks, couldn't help but exchanged glances, and took the initiative to find the white-haired dumpling. Hermione frowned, glanced at the empty Ravenclaw table, and asked quietly with some expectation, "Elena, you tonight?" "If nothing happens, it should be Ravenclaw," Elena replied calmly, before Hermione could finish her words. She smiled and spoke actively. "Luna will light the beacon on the tallest tower, and I will fly back directly. Don't worry, I remember the previous appointment, in Gryffindor on Tuesday and Hufflepuff on Thursday." I don't pay attention to this. Who cares where you sleep at night?" Hermione snorted, glanced at Elena, and stretched out her hands somewhat helplessly. "Elena, when will we go to the library to read? If you have any other class assignments in the evening, at least Hannah and I can also pick you up a little. Look, I repeat it again, I am not to look. Elena's little dumb eye flicked excitedly and paused for a while. Her gaze suddenly went over Hermione's shoulder and looked back. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her shoulders shrugged. "However, I really don't need it today, because, oh, Miss Castellana, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, so come with me." Before Elena could finish her words, a hearty voice rang from behind the girls, and Ghidorah Lockhart strode towards them, turquoise robe floating behind her. "Professor Dumbledore and the Magic have finished talking. Everyone is waiting for you in the office." "Okay, girls, please let me. Please come with me, Ms. Castellana." "Huh?" Hermione was taken aback for a moment, before subconsciously letting go. Immediately afterwards, the girl's eyes hovered quickly between Elena and Lockhart, and she finally discovered the source of the incompatibility that had been in class before. The two had known each other before. Moreover, from the performance of Dumbledore, Elena seems to still be the dominant one. Except for this, there is no more information and evidence. Maybe if Luna Lovegood can guess more things here, but for Hermione, it's just getting more and more confused. You too. Hermione opened her mouth and was about to ask something. Sorry, I can't tell you this yet. Elena shook her head, stood up and walked past Hermione, whispering in her ear, but I can reveal a little detail to you. Tonight's content is to keep a diary. If you are willing to show me your diary, then I might consider. Compared to Draco Malfoy, Hermione's situation is much more subtle. At least before the school city took shape, Elena did not intend to let her touch the other side of the world too early. The most suitable field for Hermione should be the future of magic science, rather than these unknown darkness. Write a diary? Faced with Elena's answer, Hermione repeated it in confusion. Yes, write a diary. Elena's eyes flickered, showing a bright smile. See you tomorrow, Hermione. Remember to keep a diary every day from now on. Perhaps, in the eyes of most of the little wizards, with the end of the dinner, the schedule for the first day of school almost ends here. But in Elena's eyes, everything has just begun. Go, 2 chapters in one big chapter, make up for the interest of yesterday's break. Chapter 789. Nicola May. I'm here to negotiate terms. A moment later, at the door of the principal of Hogwarts' office, Xenophilius Lovegood stood nervously in front of the stone beast, turning his head from time to time to look down the stairs, as if he could see Luna across the floor. But he knew very well in his heart that Ravenclaw students rarely come to this level. Especially at this time, students are either in the classroom or staying in the library or lounge. Just when Mr. Lovegood hesitated whether to sneak downstairs to see if his cutest little moon was accustomed to living in Ravenclaw College, there was a slight sound of footsteps on the steps not far away. With the sound of footsteps becoming clearer, a small silver-white doll hair appeared in his field of vision. Xenophilius' eyes drenched, and a solemn expression quickly emerged. Finally come. Under Gidro Lockhart's guidance, Elena reached her destination unimpeded all the way, and in the process, she discovered a small pattern. The prank steps in the castle seem to have another layer of operating logic. When the professors are walking, they will not trigger some sinking, slipping, and disappearing steps. Thinking about it carefully, this is not something that makes people difficult to understand, at least in Elena's impression. Whether it is Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore, the faculty at Hogwarts never seem to jump up and down the stairs or frown. Count the steps. Of course, it is limited to formal professors, not special cases outside her rules. Perhaps, as she once guessed, Hogwarts Castle is not a mere magical dead object. Somewhere in the castle may be hiding something similar to a core hub, which to some extent assumes the simple authority function of a central computer. Energy, materials, algorithms. These are the 3 most important restrictions in the future world. If just liberating the first 2, the benefits will only be to shorten the development time, rather than form a disruptive change in nature. After all, life forms have their limits. Before the individual might not be able to support a civilization, the direction of the fusion of the magical world and the non-magical world still needs to be based on these 3 directions. Needless to say, whether it's ghosts, portraits, or Hogwarts Castle, the magic civilization has accumulated thousands of years of wealth. All the knowledge, insights, wisdom, and art are like gifts specially prepared for her. At this important innovation node of human civilization, she has too many directions to enjoy and study. And Hogwarts Castle is undoubtedly the most delicious and most important of these. However, before that, she had a more suitable research object, SCP-01703. Hogwarts and the Wizarding World gave it knowledge, life, and magic, and now it's time for it to contribute its own value to this world. This is the law believed by the oldest druids and the truth of this world. carelessly glanced at the two magical stone statues that led to the principal's office under Lockhart's command. Elena condensed her thoughts and followed Lockhart and Xenophilius into the familiar square room. Dumbledore got up from his chair and waved his hand. A golden ear curtain was hung on the surrounding portraits at the same time, covering the portraits of previous principals. With the sound of the wooden office door closing, Newt and Lamé also stopped talking while sitting on the sofa in the room and turned their heads to look towards the door. On the mahogany square table, there are 7 sets of tea sets, and the light smoke rising up is obviously just brewed. G7 sets. It's really interesting. Elena glanced at the people in the room, and walked directly to the Phoenix's bird stand. In the daring and unspeakable gaze of this beautiful golden red bird, she skillfully grabbed a handful of crispy fragrant fish and rice. In the palm of his hand, he raised his eyebrows. This is different from what I said before. I thought you had all talked about it before. If there is a schedule issue, then it may be that I am delayed. As a few hundred years old, I am really not so sensitive in terms of time, but Dumbledore said that a comprehensive introduction may be more appropriate when you come. Nicole Lamé looked at the little silver hoard witch with curiosity, and explained with a smile. He also did not expect that, as the oldest surviving alchemist in the magic world, he would once again usher in the most difficult invitation in his life at the age of 666, second only to the first contact with a virtuous person. The shock of the Zezashi. There are 3 main reasons for this. The first is the Huberian that surpasses his knowledge and is unheard of. Secondly, the forces involved this time are too dreamy. In the civilized world, knowledge is the most precious wealth and power, and fairies, wizards, and muggles can almost be said to condense the joint actions of all civilizations in the world today. The most important thing is that it is only a mixed race Ver who has just turned 11 years old. You seem to have a lot of things to ask me, but please wait a moment. Elena walked slowly to the long table, picked up a cup of black tea, and let out a sigh of relief. Before that, didn't you notice that there is one less person in this room? You don't want to know that person first. Who is it? From the moment she entered the principal's office, the sights that Scamander and Lamé looked at the same time have explained a lot of problems. And the tea set prepared by Dumbledore also gave sufficient information. Obviously, at the first full member meeting of the O5 Council of the Foundation, what she needed to solve was not just the trivial experiment tonight. Guess some. Nicole Lamé exchanged glances with Newt Scamander, looking at Elena with piercing eyes. But what I am more curious about now is what kind of hope can make him abandon his promise and reappear in the magic world. As for the question in your mouth, isn't it sitting there long ago? So I really hate you guys with keen perception. In a complaint, the air on the bookshelf behind Dumbledore gradually twisted and shattered. Gellert Grindelwald stood up coldly, walked to the long table with a grin, picked up a cup of black tea and sipped it lightly. A bite. You haven't thought about it. If you guess wrong, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? And with his appearance, no one in the entire room showed a surprised look except Gilderoy Lockhart. As one of the most outstanding wizards in the world today, Mr. Grindelwald, your breath is so dazzling. Unless Dumbledore suddenly splits into 2 people, I can't imagine that there will be 2 magical torches in this room. Reason. Nicole Lamé turned his head, looked at the original Dark Lord with interest, and replied calmly. As for Aberforth, he is obviously much weaker. Even the young Mr. Scamander is stronger than him. Sure enough, it's you, Gellert Grindelwald. Newt Scamander smiled bitterly. For the first time in so many years, he heard the evaluation of young, not to mention that when he was about 100 years old, he did not expect to be reduced to combat power again. A basic day. However, on the other hand, the appearance of Grindelwald also severed the last illusion in his heart. Prior to this, because the 2 had been responsible for different fields of work, he and Grindelwald had never been in the same room face to face as they are now. Newt even wondered whether the original Dark Lord was still in Newmangard. Self-imprisonment. Long time no see, Mr. Scamander. Thanks for your kind consideration. Gellert Grindelwald picked up the teacup in his hand, turned around swayingly, raised his eyebrows and looked at Newt, with a flash of dangerous joke in his eyes, and deliberately said softly in a leisurely tone, "If you plan to wave your magic wand, I suggest you think clearly, at least from the current situation. No matter whether it is strength, environment or number of people, you do not have an advantage here, so we are here to negotiate terms today." Nicole LeMay shook his head slightly, and took out a small box of pure gold from his arms. And in the center of the box, lying quietly, was a crimson steneth philosopher's stone from Paracelsus. Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald, Newt Scamander, you are the most talented wizards I have ever seen in these centuries. Any of them can be easily influenced the world. And if you unite together. Nicole LeMay stretched out his index finger and pressed it on the magic stone, looking around the wizards in the room. Destroy, or create, it's up to you to decide now. Accompanied by the voice of the old alchemist, the magic stone suddenly burst into a coquettish red light, exuding a terrifying aura. Huh? Mr. LeMay, what do you mean? Eleanor's eyes changed slightly. She put down Xiaomi in her hand and stared at Nicole LeMay, and asked innocently, by the way, a little bit of knowledge is popularized. I was born in 1326 AD. Nicole LeMay turned his head with a smile, looked at Elena thoughtfully, and said meaningfully, if I remember correctly, this should be the explanation that I set forth in magic hundreds of years ago when the old guys and I were spreading this deck of cards, right dear Miss Zero? If I guessed correctly, Sorcerer's Stone, or Sage's Stone, as the most profound and mysterious existence in the field of ancient magical alchemy, its function is not limited to turning any metal into pure gold, or creating an elixir in a sense. It means an infinite level of manifestation. Even if it was just such a small piece of Philosopher's Stone, the energy contained in it was enough to raise a Hogwarts to the ground. There is no doubt that he can use this power to actively help the flowers of hope and open the door to a new world. On the contrary, if the hope and justice of this world have fallen, then Nicole LeMay can at least completely eliminate the source before the darkness falls. As one of the Philosopher's Forge and the ancestor of European alchemy, Nimbert LeMay can be said to be one of the very few wizards in the world who knows how to let this energy out. At the same time, this is also his confidence to go to Hogwarts alone to negotiate terms. Gwar. Big Chapter asks Chapter to say. Chapter 790. Confrontation and Self-Introduction. Tarot card. This is an ancient and mysterious tool for divination. It first appeared at the end of the 14th century and was very popular among the nobles of European countries. Almost at the same time as it appeared, the Holy See announced a total ban on tarot cards and characterized it as the Devil's Atlas, the pagan's article. In that era, there was only one object described by devil and infidel wizards. The more interesting coincidence is that around the time when the tarot cards were born, there happened to be a wizard in the magical world who met the description of one magician in all aspects, Nicholas Flamel, a European alchemist ancestor. That said, it's really you, it's really amazing. Elena looked at Nicole LeMay with interest, without the slightest expression of fear on her face. In fact, since she planned to invite the living legend, Elena had anticipated such a scene. As the great alchemist who refined the Philosopher's Stone, Nicole LeMay has never been a harmless wizard who is indisputable in the world. The Middle Ages ended in the middle of the 15th century, and the most important opportunity for it to reach its end was the Black Death that claimed 1/3 of the lives of Europeans. It is interesting to note that the birth of the Philosopher's Stone and the witch hunt are almost the same time. Perhaps, this seemingly righteous great alchemist was once the craziest Dark Lord in the world. And the scene before him happened to corroborate part of Eleanor's previous speculation. In the face of the disparity in strength and the unknown enemy in us, Nicole LeMay chose the most decisive, and most admirable approach. Would rather let Hogwarts be razed to the ground than the world submerge into darkness again. Nothing great. The Sorcerer's Stone shouldn't exist in the first place. Nicole LeMay shook his head complicatedly and sighed. Originally, I thought that after destroying my own magic stone, there would no longer be a second magic stone in this world. I didn't expect you to find Paracelsus. What makes me most regretful is that he actually did it today. Did not come. This is not a conflict. If you refuse directly, then he is the new O51. Elena shrugged and explained openly. Hogwarts is missing the extremely important course of alchemy, which is a very fatal gap. After more than a year of study, Elena clearly realized the difference between the potion class and the chemistry class. Once the spellcasting in the process of making potions is removed, no matter how perfect it is, there is no way to make the finished product possess magical powers. In contrast, the alchemy that explores the transformation of matter is the subject closest to modern physics and chemistry. Whether it is mathematics, physics, chemistry, or alchemy, these are the ways for humans to find truth. Without this knowledge, no matter how desperately she squeezed the scholars and fate sorcerers of the former Soviet Union, at best, she would only use magical means to follow the path of science, rather than an explanation in the true sense of pursuing the same goal. Because of this, she is willing to try to invite these alchemists even if there is a certain danger. However, this does not mean that she will get used to these remnants of the old era the new world has opened up. She seeks like-minded companions, rather than supporting a group of old ancestors who may backlash at any time. As for the so-called regret in your mouth, Elena raised her eyebrows and gently stroked the beautiful golden-eared bird next to her, with a playful tone. Dear Mr. Nicolim, not to mention the magic of Hogwarts prohibiting phantom migration, there is no way to keep all the wizards in this room. The most important point is that what you worry about is a thought. You can't kill it. Even if you erase the entire Scottish Highlands from the map, you won't be able to stop the fusion of magic and non-magic from taking place. Obviously, the threat of death here doesn't seem to be so effective both for you and me. Phoenix, this is indeed a good way to leave. Nicole LeMay nodded thoughtfully and looked around the wizards in the room. From just now, everyone, including Albus Dumbledore, remained silent, and took the initiative to hand over the right to speak to the mixed blood veal in front of him. Unless they are all under the Imperious curse, this is only the case. Can explain a bit. Before that, she had proved her status through a series of behaviors and won the approval of everyone present. It seemed that an unprecedented little monster appeared in the magic world, and this in turn eliminated his previous worries. Grindelwald did not turn to the guest, and made a comeback. It's just that the more this is the case, the greater the guard and confusion in the alchemist's heart. For centuries, he has never met or believed that such a young evildoer will appear in this world, even if the facts have already appeared on him. In front of you. Immediately afterwards, Nicole LeMay's eyes became sharp, and he stared at Elena closely. Then who are you? What is the purpose of all this? Me. Elena groaned for a few seconds. Her face straightened, and she said sternly, My name is Elena Castellana. I am 11 years old. I am studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I return to the lounge at 10 o'clock at the latest every day. I go to bed at 11 o'clock in the evening. I slept soundly until dawn, leaving no fatigue and stress like a baby, and ushered in the next morning like this. The results of the health check also showed that I was normal. So, what are you talking about? Nicole LeMay frowned heavily. I want to show that I am a very normal little witch from any point of view. I am not constrained by winning or losing, not entangled in troubles, and do not establish enemies that will keep me awake at night. This is what I am in the magic world. Survival attitude. Elena smiled sweetly, holding the phoenix in her arms, and walked to Nicole LeMay. Or, shall we make a bet? I bet you will not destroy Hogwarts, especially when you board the Huberian and see the Sage's Stone made by moles in the non-magical world. You will not be willing to ruin it. If you win, I lose to you a complete Gringotts Wizarding Bank. If you lose, then you only need to help me answer a little question left in the History of Magic class. While the girl said this, she stretched out her hand and took the Philosopher's Stone from Nicolim incomparably naturally. There are no accidents in this world, some are just inevitable in Eleanor's view. From the moment the great alchemist arrived at Hogwarts, he has already given his own answer, and the rest is nothing but inevitable. It's a temptation and an excuse. For an old wizard like Nicole LeMay, all he needs is a reason to live. At this time, in Hogwarts, there are too many truths that the alchemist can continue to explore. She doesn't know how long Nicole Lim will continue to burn, but at least one thing is certain: as long as Nicole Lim reopens the alchemy field of the magic world in Hogwarts, then she can let the subject will go on forever. After all, what the magical world needs now is just a reasonable argument. Only one chapter. Today is a bit short. N. Chapter 793, It's Time to Jump the Prophet Again. Office of the Principal at Hogwarts. So, it looks like I won. In the crackling fire of the fireplace, Elena took a closer look at the magic stone in her hand. The bright red color reflected in her lake blue eyes, showing a very enchanting and dangerous crimson light. The Philosopher's Stone is an alchemy sacred object that can bring people back to life and permanently change matter from the atomic level. Whether it is the previous magical governments or the known owners of the Philosopher's Stone, the process of the birth of the Philosopher's Stone has been kept secret. Centuries have passed, and people don't even know what the raw materials are used to refine the Philosopher's Stone. Or, to put it more accurately, no one wants to believe that speculation based on equivalent exchange. Even Tom Riddle, who longed for immortality to the extreme, did not choose to pursue this path. Instead, he devoted himself to the study of dangerous Horcrux magic. Compared with refining the Philosopher's Stone, the manufacture of Horcruxes obviously requires much easier. War is always the easiest double-edged sword to promote civilized innovation, and this applies no matter where it is. Just as in the non-magical world during World War II, the wrong evolution of the science and technology tree came out of atomic weapons, the magical world obviously had a wrong evolution in this respect. But it was different from the human taboo realm that started to explore. The non-magical governments and wizards almost unanimously chose to seal this knowledge. Then, according to the previous agreement, you will satisfy my little curiosity later. As for this Philosopher's Stone, I think it's best for you to keep it. After all, in this world, people who can uphold reason to moderate it, there are too few. As for the doubts in your heart, I can try to answer some of you now. Elena looked at the magic stone in her hand for the last time, and put it back into the hands of the great alchemist without hesitation. Mr. LeMay, you should have heard of the prophet. I meant kind with a vision. Well, I knew a little bit when I was young. Nicole LeMay thoughtfully glanced at the Philosopher's Stone back in his hand. A strange look flashed in his eyes. So you want to tell me that you are the prophet in the legend? Because you foresee a terrible disaster, you plan to use the advantages of the foresight and rely on the old men who are about to enter the soil to change the future? In the magical world, in addition to common magical abilities, there are also some extremely rare magical bloodlines. Some wizards are born to talk to animals, and the most famous are naturally the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Some wizards have an innate ability to perceive the future. They can perceive the future through dreams, the shape of tea slag, tarot cards or crystal balls. The most famous prophet in the British magical world is Cassandra Trelawney, is also the ancestor of Sybil Trelawney, a professor of divination at Hogwarts. Among the prophets, there is occasionally a rare talent. They can directly see the future instead of making vague predictions through divination. This is also the most enviable of the Trelawney family features. However, this alone may not be enough. Nicole LeMay paused for a few seconds, then looked at Elena with a smile. Even when Cassandra Trelawney was alive, people did not completely rely on her predictions, let alone the tarot prediction method, which was researched by Nicole and a few old friends. It is more for him. It is not convincing. As the only surviving great alchemist in the world today, Nicole LeMay is not the kind of wizard who can be easily subdued. Although he is really interested in the world where Elena talks about the fusion of magic and science, for a wizard like him with a long life, if there is no full motivation and reason, he will weigh the energy he has put in. There is only half a chapter today because I watched the game with the breeder in the afternoon. Li Guapi Chong Akridine. If you win Samsung tomorrow, try to achieve at least one day 4D this week. Chapter 792. I have seen an unimaginable magnificence of mankind. Human and human physique cannot be generalized. Elena put her fingers up, the little dull hair on her head jumped happily, and she explained solemnly. Compared to the prophets recorded in history, my situation seems to be more special. The time span I have seen is longer, and the future trajectory that appears in my mind is clearer. Probably because of me, yes. Mixed blood v. Nicolim raised his eyebrows, and said thoughtfully, indeed. In theory, the stronger the magic blood, the better the magic talent that comes with it. Then you see me in the future? Unfortunately, no. If it wasn't because I suddenly learned that you were going to find your own short-sightedness, in my original plan, I originally planned to wait until some preliminary results were made, and then I would look for you to seek further cooperation and research. Death is just the beginning of an adventure, and the time I live is not short. Strictly speaking, the Sorcerer's Stone can only bring about longevity, but it cannot make people immortal. In fact, the long life has become a tiring torture for Nilim today. But if there is something more interesting than death, then it is not impossible to wait a while. Nicolim shook his head helplessly, and did not choose to continue to struggle with this issue. As a great alchemist, he has always focused only on the result, not the process. Since young people like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Scamander believed in the future that the child had foreseen, he naturally had no interest in verifying it again, but he still had some questions about some details. So, how far in the future did you foresee, and what did you see? Nicolim looked at Elena curiously, and his gaze slipped carelessly over the wizards around him. Along with the conversation between the two, the other 5 wizards in the room also listened curiously. No one interrupted the conversation. They were obviously very interested in Elena's next answer. Frankly speaking, my vision is not presented in the form of fragments of major events. It is more like a dream. I have experienced part of the life in the future world piecemeal. A lot of information actually comes from subsequent deductions. Elena explained with a serious expression, telling the truth from facts. A few months ago, Elena had already confessed once, but this time I just changed her previous confession to another form of expression to continue to interpret and deepen it. After all, everyone present does not have enough information. Same. The truly clever devil never lied. She would only use facts to guide people to the results she wanted. So, this is your greatest reliance and confidence, right? The world that will inevitably arrive. There was a glimpse in Albus Dumbledore's eyes. He finally understood the purpose of Elena's previous deductions. She was not changing the world to change, but using the results to optimize and guide a more efficient path. At the same time, in addition to Lockhart and Lovegood, who were still a little confused, several other wizards also reacted quickly. In the past year, the ideas that Elena put forward are indeed very effective, as if after thousands of trials, the arrow that directly hits the bull's eye after eliminating all the wrong answers, perfectly fits the future in their minds. Nicolim shook his head with a sigh, and glanced at Elena with some envy. The right direction of civilization is much more important than avoiding 1 or 2 natural disasters and man-made disasters. When the person who knows the future trajectory also has amazing deduction ability, it is no wonder that Dumbledore and others will bet on her body. It's just that this Miss Caslana. Nicolim gradually straightened up, looked at Elena, and asked with a solemn face, "Then which world are you on? The magical world, or the non-magical world?" The atmosphere in the Hogwarts principal's office suddenly became quiet, and Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore exchanged glances, which is also the place they have been worried about. On the other side of the room, Newt Scamander was also lost in thought. The fusion of the two worlds is naturally a good thing, but the non-magical world that has absorbed magical civilization and the magical world that has introduced mole science, strictly speaking, these can almost be regarded as two completely different worlds. Elena looked around the old wizards around her, and sighed helplessly. It seems that today's level must be passed, otherwise it will be troublesome later. Fortunately, this is actually not a problem for her. No matter how well informed the previous generation of wizards present, they will eventually be limited by the time human imagination can hardly keep up with the future. 10 years of change. Well, let me tell you a life in a dream. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Elena's eyes. She sat down with the phoenix in her arms, and said for a while, "In the future I have seen, Owl's biography has become a form of communication that is on the verge of obsolescence. People in the non-magical world use palm-sized magical props to share information. It only takes less than 10 seconds to send a message to the entire human race. As society spreads, the world has no secrets. With the aid of electronic products, human thinking speed and information processing capabilities have also broken through the limits. There is no boundary between region and region, and everyone can do it in one day. Travel the world inside." Elena pondered for a few seconds. A touch of confusion and hesitation gradually spread on her face. In addition to this, there are many sporadic fragments, which are magnificent, that most humans simply cannot imagine. I have seen a tsunami of thousands of meters inundate the earth. I have seen the spread of the virus around the world, causing most of the living things to become immortal zombies. I have seen half of the world's creatures turn into ashes with the snap of my fingers. I have also seen space battleships blazing beside Orion, and seeing Jupiter being ignited and pushing the Earth to wander into the depths of the universe. Elena paused for a while, lowered her eyes and touched the golden-eared bird in her arms, and sighed slightly. As for the magical civilization, there are more powerful wizards. Compared with the progress of the non-magical world, wizards are falling behind too fast, and there is almost no room for wizards in the future world. Place. Accompanied by the girl's gradually lowering voice, Phoenix also trembled slightly and let out a low whine. If this is the case in the future, it is really exciting, and at the same time it is terrible. Nicole LeMay sighed softly, shaking his head, turned his head and glanced at Newt Scamander, who was standing not far away, and found that the famous magical animal master was frowning tightly at this time, staring at the phoenix in the girl's arms. Noting Nicole's gaze, Newt Scamander nodded slightly, his face solemn. The phoenix is one of the most spiritual creatures in the world. She can clearly perceive human emotions. If Elena Caslana is lying at this time, it will never send out such a message as if the end of the world has arrived. Low wailing. I almost understand. Do you want the magic civilization to participate in the future stage? Nicole Liam suddenly nodded his head thoughtfully, and gently stroked the crimson philosopher's stone in his hand. At the same time, the corner of Grindelwald's mouth, who was standing in the corner of the room, twitched suddenly. Gellert Grindelwald tried to break the expression on his face, and quickly moved his gaze away from the swaying little doll hair on his granddaughter's head, recalling the apprentice Miss Abbott secretly telling him in his mind. That little secret. He doesn't know the truth or falsehood of Elena's just now, but this little devil seems to be acting very happily now. Short of change 01, trying to restore and update Gugu. Chapter 793, A Bargaining Chip Across the Ages on. In order for the magic world to be on the stage of civilization in the future, Elena glanced at Nicole LeMay, wondering if the old wizard was digging a hole for her. Not exactly. I actually just want to make my life more comfortable in the future. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Elena spread her hand, looked at Nicole LeMay's eyes and answered calmly. Different from other wizards, strangers like me. Chapter 794, Bargaining Chips Across the Ages Part 2. Wait, you just said you cracked the wizard's death? Hogwarts? In a somewhat crowded principal's office. As the girl's voice fell, the flames in the room dimmed for a moment. Not far away, Gildro Lockhart, who was still looking sadly at the Hanged Man tarot card in his hand, suddenly felt a suffocating oppression, as if he was thrown into the deep water all of a sudden. Same. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Scamander, and LeMay, these four wizards at the top of the magical world unanimously raised their heads, staring at Elena with different expressions, and an intriguing light burst in their eyes. And Newt Scamander stood up abruptly, and the large wizard robe turned the teacup directly to the ground. Is this true? It's the demonic power released by the moles. Regardless of the black tea splashing on his body and the teacups still rolling on the ground, Newt hurriedly asked, speaking of this, all those who had been contaminated with the sorcerer's sorrow are saved? Why didn't I? Perhaps for most wizards, they still have a superior sense of superiority. But to the top wizards such as Dumbledore and Grindelwald, since the start of the earth-shattering explosion a few decades ago, the non-magical world actually has the capital to fight against the magical world. Or, to be more accurate, it is almost visible to the naked eye, and the possibility of burning jade and stone. Unlike the magical war that was buried in the dust of history hundreds of years ago, under the catalysis of World War II, the moles who mastered nuclear weapons finally had the ability to destroy the world. In the face of the witch's sorrow, the more powerful wizards are, the more fragile they are. When the world becomes scorched earth, even Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands can't stand aside. Soil, water, air. When the war broke out, the ubiquitous nuclear pollution hurt the magical world far more than the non-magic world. Nearly half a century has passed. Wizards have long discovered the terrible aspects of witches' sorrow and cursed land. With Hiroshima and Nagasaki as the center of hundreds of miles, even if children with magical gifts are born occasionally, it is also extremely easy to die. Compared with adult wizards, the unconscious magical riots of the little wizards will accelerate their exhaustion. Because of this, when the Chernobyl incident occurred, the International Wizards Federation and the local Ministry of Magic almost immediately issued a notice of evacuation across the territory. If it weren't for the noble suicidal behavior of those sinners, they had planned to temporarily abandon this land, waiting for the stupid moles to absorb the curse, and then return. Scamander, you want to ask, why haven't you heard anything? Before Elena could answer, Grindelwald let out a sneer. The old demon shook his head and took a deep look at Elena. He picked up the tower on the desktop and put it in his pocket solemnly. His old cheeks were filled with mocking smiles. Carelessly explained quietly, because this is exactly that. One of the news that must not be known to the current magical world. Even if it does appear, it must be in the hands of a brand new world, not the old world. Scarman missed attack. What do you think is the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act that maintains the fragile and deformed balance relationship now? So, why would the eldest choose now? Gidro Lockhart blinked and asked in confusion. I have to say that I watched Elena put him alongside so many powerful wizards. As a member of the mysterious O5 Council, even if his tarot card didn't sound that second, he still gave it to Loa a lot of confidence and courage. At least, this shows that his status in the organization is no less than that of any great wizard, right? Before Lockhart had finished his thoughts, a melancholy sigh suddenly came from behind him. Ugh! The young wizard turned his head and saw that Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, who had been trying to sit in the corner to pretend that he did not exist, suddenly stood up and pulled the hermit card from the table with his head down, and his face was sad to say. If one of us divulges these things, then the one who faces him will be chased by everyone present, right? Of course not. Elena smiled. There is only one thing. Naturally, it is not worth such a lot of effort. If you want two bubbles to fuse together, you must first find an opportunity to break the balance. This is not very reasonable. Something? It seems Nicole Lim sighed softly. There is a magical king in this world? After a short pause, the great alchemist's expression slowed down, and he took the initiative to pick up the magic tarot card on the table, put it in his hand and carefully examined it, and shook it slightly with dissatisfaction. Shook his head. The painting is a bit ugly, but it is indeed a very worthwhile opportunity to try. But this alone is not enough. Since you want to wait until the two worlds are willing to listen to your voice, then besides this, what else have you prepared? This Elena scratched her nose and spread her hands. Potatoes, meat, and a lot of money. Huh? Nicole Lamay's face became stiff. Elena raised her chest and patted with pride. on my chest. There is now a vast piece of land from Siberia. The food output in half a year is enough to supply most of Russia's annual population consumption. With the help of magic, the pink heart of the different dimensional person is already full of fertile soil. Even at the moment when everyone is talking, there are at least dozens of fairies, trolls, goblins, and house elves in that land, taking care of potato fields, vegetable fields, and wheat fields. After the final destination of the grain, Newt's commander stayed up for several nights and further transformed it into a complete small ecosystem. Oh, ample food supply, Altdorf. Well, it's incredible. Nicole LeMay glanced at the girl's plain chest and said suspiciously, although I did hear Scamander talk about this, there are still differences between humans and animals. Many people eat after eating. It's even more dangerous. So, what about this one more? Elena took out a Jinji Oolong from her chest and placed it gently in front of Nicole LeMay. Gold? This may not work even more. Nicole LeMay tapped his fingers on the philosopher's stone lightly, making a sweet and crisp sound. I know. Elena smiled and nodded, blinking her eyes with a happy expression. So what I'm saying is that I have a lot of money, not a lot of gold enough to buy the entire wizarding world at one go. Of course, maybe in the near future we can have an extra part of the Mole world. Hey, Ms. Kaslana, personal wealth can never dominate the world. Even if you have unlimited money. Niklim shook his head dumbly. As one of the refiners of the Philosopher's Stone, there is probably no richer person in this world than him, but the more so, the more he understands that individual wealth is in the world. How small is China? Today's young people are still too young after all, just like their pursuit of longevity. Only when they have had infinite wealth, may they understand the powerlessness of these cold dead creatures in front of the world. Cuckoo. Oh, Mora too. Sorry, the update is unstable these days. Something happened at home. Chapter 795. Bargaining Chips Across the Ages Part 2. In the future that I see, capital is arguably one of the most powerful forces in human society. The new era of information technology allows moles to move their fingers thousands of miles away to be on the other side of the world. The country has set off a huge wave. Elena raised her finger, flipped the gold coin to reveal the Hogwarts castle pattern, smiled and added softly, in fact, in the magic world at this time, the change has already begun. Nicole LeMay frowned and looked carefully at the different gold coin in the girl's palm. As an old wizard who has lived for centuries, he really knows the fairies of Gringotts too well. In order to maintain the value of the gold coins in their hands, they would even rather sacrifice the entire race to launch a war instead of. Since ancient times, fairies may occasionally stand in the camp of wizards, but they will never allow humans to intervene in their gold. Seeing this strange gold coin, Nicolim suddenly remembered the nameplate with fairy craftsmanship. At the beginning, he thought that Dumbledore and others had the support of the fairy, but now it seems more like conquered the fairy. What's going on? By the way, between you and the fairies of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Elena spread her hands. The little dumb hair on her head shook happily, and said triumphantly with her arms folded, "That's right. I forgot to mention it when I introduced myself. I have another identity, the Lord of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the Fairy Queen. According to the name among the fairy, you can call me Bnunia. As the successor of the new generation of underground mafia forces, she knows the importance of multiple vests and role-playing. Elena knows very well that over time, when people gradually realize that the world is undergoing drastic changes, before they are unable to solve and understand the reality, many people will try to adapt to the world by solving people who create problems. Looking at Nicolim, who looked surprised, Elena's eyes flickered and she smiled slightly. Compared to wizards, the fairies are the ones who are most afraid of being abandoned by the human civilization. If there are sufficiently clear reasons, they don't mind making changes, and continue to stick to wizards based on the current situation in the magical world. In the financial market, the road ahead will only become narrower and narrower. Only by choosing to join us as a community of interests can we have the opportunity to avoid all this. This statement was clearly in line with Nicole LeMay's perception, And the old alchemist nodded slightly after thinking. Just like Newt's commander, what Nicole LeMay's most worried about is actually whether Elena and the others will use their powerful force to persecute others. Once such a demon is released, then it may not only be it's just a fairy if you add the philosopher's stone and his knowledge, then the wizard who can resist her in this world can be said to be non-existent. So, do you have a way to let those goblins integrate into the future world? Nicole LeMay asked curiously. The situation in Gringotts is not so good now. Currency reform is just the easiest way to achieve. If the magical world can really successfully integrate with the non-magical world, then they can at least participate in the subsequent financial work by relying on credit currency. Elena explained a few words at will, and did not expand too much in the financial aspect. Unlike human wizards, fairies are inherently unable to escape from the magic civilization and exist alone. If the Gringotts Wizarding Bank does not carry out reforms, when the magical and non-magical worlds merge, it also means that the entire goblin tribe and Gringotts will completely decline in society. In the face of the toy-known human civilization, they don't even have the value of being used. Human beings will not allow the right of coinage and issuance to be in the hands of aliens, especially for the vast majority of people in the non-magical world who do not use the Jinjialong system, fundamentally deny an inconvenient currency, which is comparable to accept much easier. Following Elena's simple explanation, the great alchemist who had lived for hundreds of years almost immediately speculated about the idea of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Even without this mixed blood veil, they would probably be trying to start survival. Only Nicole LeMay shook his head and pointed out the loopholes in Elena's plan without hesitation. The International Wizarding Joint Secrecy Act is not to display. Wizards will not allow moles to know about the existence of fairies, of course. But the secrecy law actually has a very simple solution. But for so many years, not many people have realized this, or no one is crazy enough to think in this direction. The corners of Elena's mouth pursed slightly, revealing a subtle and lovely smile. Very simple crazy direction? Nicole LeMay was a little curious, frowned and looked around at the people in the room. Finally, his eyes fell on an old guy who was giggling and retiring. Suddenly he opened his eyes subconsciously and lost his voice. Are you planning to subvert the entire International Wizarding Federation, and even the entire magical world? As long as the International Wizarding Federation is subverted, the secrecy law will naturally be solved. But this is simply impossible. This is not a simple organization. It can even be counted as a collection of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Nicole LeMay's eyes widened, and he looked at the people in the room carefully. Apart from him, after hearing these words, the expressions on the faces of the other wizards hardly changed. In his opinion, this was almost a frenzied and unpredictable idea, which seemed to have unconsciously become a consensus. Elena shrugged and replied calmly, "Whether it is magic or science, this is our way of exploring the truth of the world. We do not intend to be enemies, nor do we have any ambitions to subvert the entire magical world. Magic is not omnipotent, and science is not insignificant, otherwise it would not be possible back then. It will give birth to a wizarding association. More than 500 years have passed. The magic world has been deliberately avoiding a possibility. Perhaps the most correct use of magic is to combine it with science, just as we did in ancient times." Faced with the explanation of the mixed-race little ver in front of him, Nicole LeMay shook his head and quickly retorted, "A wizard is a wizard, and a mole is a mole. Maybe we can learn that knowledge, but moles will never understand the mystery of magic. I tried it hundreds of years ago when I was studying alchemy, and they couldn't learn. But if I remember correctly, they created modern chemistry and modern physics on the basis of alchemy, and they explored powers that wizards could not understand in another way. If these are meaningless, then Hogwarts there will be no flush toilets, nor magic cameras in the magic world." Elena interrupted Nicole LeMay and tapped her finger on the table. "Besides, I didn't say that I will replace the International Wizarding Federation now. Before that, I will accumulate strength and influence the world a little bit subtly. After the world becomes what I am, everything after that is just a matter of course. You dare to think? Nicole LeMay shook his head, and didn't argue about this place anymore. Since you have all thought about it, then I have nothing to persuade. Anyway, among our group of people, I am the most patient and the one with the most time. If your final thoughts are shattered, don't expect me to follow you crazy. So, after a short pause, the old wizard's complexion gradually became dignified, and he asked softly, all thoughts. Last question. Let's talk about what you said in your letter before infinite life, infinite soul, the most suitable material for alchemy in the world. Special Containment SCP-17. Gua Chapter 796 The Light of Righteous Path. Special Containment Object 017 Series. Oh, by the way, she vaguely remembered a little mention in her Dumbledore letter. Eleanor's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded lightly thoughtfully as she expected. For this kind of almost non-human longevity wizard, it is difficult to be impressed by the pure intertwining of good and evil, or the change of the world. Of course, I certainly did not forget this matter. In fact, what she said just now was more based on LeMay's question and told the other wizards present. As for what can really evoke the immortality of Nicolim, it is clear that there are only those rare materials that are tempted on the edge of taboo magic, and they must also be something that the old wizard had not possessed in the long years before. However, coincidentally, Elena happened to have such a batch of dark demon treasures on hand. I will talk about the International Wizarding Federation. Regardless of whether the peaceful evolution is successful, at least we must first solve the current shackles that restrict the development of magical civilization. The biggest problem in the magical world now lies in the development process of magic energy, as well as artificial intelligence and magic. The establishment of the network. And regarding these 2 points, we now have very good research goals. Nicole LeMay raised his eyebrows and instantly raised his spirits. The fusion of the magical and non-magical worlds is too far away and too grand. Moreover, the game of finance and politics is not what Nicole LeMay is good at, but he spent hundreds of years in alchemy. He was actually more concerned about this than a huge plan that might subvert the entire magical world. So, what exactly is that brand new research material you mentioned? LeMay asked. We found the Horcrux. That's it? A look of disappointment appeared on Nicole LeMay's face. He originally thought he could hear a different answer. He didn't expect what Elena said, but it was the extremely dangerous and crazy evil magic that he had abandoned when he was exploring the path of immortality hundreds of years ago. Horcruxes can tear human souls into pieces and seal up part of the soul. In a sense, they are indeed immortal souls. In this way, even if the body is destroyed, he can't die, and he can still stay in the world in a strange way. But the soul should remain intact, and splitting it is an evil act against nature. Precisely because of this, even dark wizards are unwilling to make Horcrux. They are more willing to go to death happily. Nicole LeMay shook his head and sighed helplessly. Forget it, I haven't studied Horcruxes yet. In short, it's better than nothing. It's really not easy to find an intact Horcrux in the magic world. It's just that we need to be more cautious in terms of follow-up experiments. Be more cautious? Why, Acridine? Elena blinked, and asked innocently. There are at least a dozen Horcruxes. If you accidentally use them out, why not replace them? More than 10? Exclamation mark. Nicole LeMay's face was full of comical, looking at Elena with a weird expression of, do you think I am a kid who just turned 300 years old? Tearing off the pieces from her own soul making Horcruxes is a very crazy thing. Why does it sound like a roadside Jinjialong can be seen everywhere? Needless to say, Horcrux is not a dark magic that can be easily displayed by just being cruel. This is the most cutting-edge taboo black magic that has been eliminated in the world for nearly 1,000 years. Unless it is some extremely powerful black wizard, The magic power of ordinary wizards alone cannot produce magic waves that are enough to tear the soul. Could it be? In the past few decades of his seclusion, have there been more than a dozen crazy dark wizards in the world unknowingly? Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, you should have heard the name somewhat. This is the dark wizard who wreaked havoc in the British magical world shortly after the fall of Grindelwald more than 10 years ago. According to our judgment, he should have made a lot of Horcrux. By chance, we happened to have a few Horcruxes, and there may be more without accident. So, what does this mean? The consumption of alchemy experiments is not. LeMay shook his head, but before he could finish speaking, the old wizard's voice suddenly stopped. Glancing at the bright red philosopher's stone in his hand, an extremely terrifying and crazy idea suddenly appeared in Nicole Lim's mind. The immortal soul and the infinitely reshaped body. This is not an infinite. At the same time, Elena finally couldn't hold back her emotions. Her face showed excitement. This is his main purpose for inviting Nicole LeMay. If there is any wizard in this world that can make Voldemort's Horcruxes less dangerous, then Nicole Lim, who has mastered the immortality of the body, is definitely one of them. In the original book, Voldemort's resurrection ceremony is actually not complicated. Even Peter Pettigrew can lead the completion. Therefore, theoretically speaking, a certain tool demon can give his life, body, and soul unlimited times for the development of the academic career of magic civilization. As for the reason, it is incomparably bright. Destroying the Horcrux. Studying the upper limit of Horcrux is just the beginning. Elena's plan is very far away. In the next few decades, with the support of binary computer technology, mankind has begun to enter the information age. Elena wants to let the magical world replace the traditional technology and become the initiator of change in human society in the future. Energy, materials, and algorithms. These are the three major elements that restrict human beings' future technological innovation. Among these, the most prone to technological breakthroughs in the magical world is undoubtedly artificial intelligence. Even in Hogwarts, there is no lack of non-human magic that has already taken shape and is tireless at this time. If these attempts are successful, she can at least ensure a technological monopoly in the magical world for nearly 100 years. The magical world itself does not possess key technologies, or lacks irreplaceable social values. The mysterious magical power with strong exclusivity will only create barriers, and through the penetration of some basic industries, magic can be made a little less alienated and terrifying, walk into everyone's life imperceptibly, and complete the softest evolution. Before that, what Elena needs to do first is to integrate all the resources and wizards under her hands to form a trustworthy white-haired dumpling camp that is different from the Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Wizards. There is no doubt that Voldemort is clearly the most suitable target as a common enemy, no matter from which point of view. Just like the ancient Chinese nomination, everyone working together to deal with dangerous Horcruxes is the easiest behavior to enhance the sense of cooperation and belonging of the team around her, and at the same time, it is also the most consistent approach to everyone's ideas. The hidden benefits of this even exceed the technology itself. Her layout is quite vast and it takes a very long time to complete it bit by bit. Tonight is just the first step taken by magic civilization. As for Voldemort's Horcrux, will it be treated unfairly? No one cares. Destroying the Horcrux and studying the nature of the Horcrux was originally the light of the right way. Resuming the update slowly recovering state, I feel that the writing during this period is a bit weird. I have been trying hard to adjust and think about what went wrong and how to change it. Chapter 797. The Castle Beloved by the Demon King. In the Hogwarts Principal's office, the sky outside the window gradually dimmed. Rare alchemy research materials are for alchemists like cherishing the ingredients for chefs. As the topic gradually moved from the distant future of the magic world to Voldemort's Horcrux, the conversation between Nicole Lim and Elena became more and more speculative. The two wizards, the old and the young, smiled at each other and revealed the same meaningful smile of excitement. Obviously, in the eyes of these two people, the most dangerous dark wizard in history has no deterrent. Dumbledore looked worried. and was about to say something, Grindelwald spoke first and said lightly, "So don't rush to ask questions, Albus. You have worried many times before, but if she is really that untrustworthy, there won't be a society of old and new wizards gathered together like this. Think about it carefully. Do you think there is any need to worry? Even if little Tom shows something strange, it is too simple to destroy a remnant soul." "That's true." Dumbledore looked around at the Tarot Society in the room, nodded, and agreed with this statement. Even if Elena failed tonight's test, the worst case would be to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. In fact, Dumbledore is actually looking forward to seeing Eleanor's expectations fulfilled. With perfect alchemy materials, the loss of magic civilization in research and development can be greatly reduced, and it can also avoid many dangerous attempts that may violate the bottom line. Although there are still risks, strictly speaking, those things are not even people. Horcrux, this is indeed a very evil and tricky black magic. As Elena said before, searching slowly like a needle in a haystack, hoping to find all the Horcruxes one day, and destroy them one by one. This can be said to be the most intuitive, simplest, and lowest level solution. And if the evil props such as Horcruxes can play a positive role before they are destroyed, in Dumbledore's opinion, this is a relatively good result. As for Eleanor's so-called SCP-17 series packaged into the Dark Lord's treasure named Another Piece, it attracted wizards to flock to find this thing, thus opening up the era of wizards in the entire magical world. These Dumbledore had learned to ignore the weird, unintelligible vocabulary of the little girl's fantasy vocabulary. Since there is a better way to deal with Voldemort's Horcrux, that alone is worth trying. Thinking of this, Dumbledore's expression relaxed. If you and LeMay agree in the final conclusions and find a more appropriate solution to the Horcruxes, then the few items in Hogwarts can be handed over to you. We can't make decisions for the Ministry of Magic, but I think that if the reason is justified, maybe the obsidian ring that was in public containment in Russia can be taken back for processing. Don't worry, we don't have to deal with the Ministry of Magic for the time being. Elena shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Moreover, with regard to these results, I suggest that it is best to limit the communication to a small area. Human greed is terrible. Before most of the content is fully grasped and studied, political participation will probably not have any good results." Dumbledore froze for a moment, not knowing what he had remembered, and nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense." "Then again, Professor Dumbledore, the test site you promised before, well, don't worry about this. As the principal of Hogwarts, I still know a few wonderful secret places. One of them is not far away. After the evening self-study is over, we will stagger the peak period of students returning to the dormitory. You can go now," Dumbledore replied softly with a warm smile on his face. Although he believes in the strength of the people present, this is after all the first Horcrux handling test. It is not an exaggeration to be cautious. Moreover, if it is in that magical room, at least in preparation and emergency handling, he is also more handy. Wonderful secret place? Okay. Eleanor's eyes flickered, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. Based on her knowledge of Hogwarts Castle, there are not many secret rooms on the 7th floor of the castle, and considering the confidentiality and functionality, Dumbledore's secretive answer is obvious: a room for all needs. However, since Dumbledore chose to keep it secret for the time being, she didn't need to show off her knowledge here. Just as Dumbledore considered, everyone present could not be completely trusted. Instead of telling the other party the secrets of Hogwarts Castle generously, it is better to keep a little mystery as a whole card. It seems that you need to warn the house elves not to reveal the secrets of the castle. Elena thought to herself in her heart, but her face showed the same curiosity as other wizards. Apart from serving as a venue for multikinetic energy, the Bing Room is also of great value for scientific research. This is one of the most precious secrets in Hogwarts Castle. There are many ideas in Elena's mind that are still waiting for you. Go and verify. Sorry, interrupt for a moment. Nicole LeMay tapped his fingers on the table lightly and turned his head to look at Dumbledore. Since there is still some time, Albus, let's just finalize the teaching job you mentioned before. Alchemy is a very dangerous and complicated subject, and I don't have the energy to deal with nearly 1,000 apprentices with zero-based wizards. In Dumbledore's previous Owl's letter, the invitation to the Foundation was only a hidden line. And what is really on the bright side, the official rhetoric for the Ministry of Magic, is actually inviting Nicolim to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, ready to restart the alchemy lesson that has been dusty for decades. And in today's magical world, there are not many wizards who are capable of teaching this course. If this knowledge is allowed to disappear, it would be a pity. Oh, of course. Dumbledore turned his head quickly and moved his fingers slightly. Immediately afterwards, a small piece of parchment floated over his desk not far away and fell into LeMay's hand. This is the official professor appointment agreement of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After knowing that you may enroll students in the school, Connolly and all the board members have shown great enthusiasm without exception. As for the curriculum arrangement, while talking, the old wizard turned his head to look at the side of the bird stand, and then began to play with Phoenix's white hair dumplings. Ms. Caslana gave a plan here. She thinks that you can write a part of the lesson plan and teaching content, and then more scholars and some wizards will help complete the most basic teaching screening as for your side. Instead of if you are directly involved in teaching, it is better to provide you with a certain number of assistants to assist you in your follow-up alchemy research work at Hogwarts. Mole Scholar Nicole LeMay frowned and repeated a little unexpectedly. To be more precise, they are mainly scientific researchers in the field of chemistry. They represent the research results of the non-magical world in the field of alchemy over the past 500 years. I think the exchange of knowledge will have a good effect. Elena explained softly with a smile. Her index finger moved lightly in the air, drawing out a silver magic halo. Under the form of the prosperous hexagram magic array, various chemical equations are densely written. The chemical bonds and reaction formulas are like magical paths, linking the various elements together in an orderly manner, which looks quite dreamy. Picture click to expand. Now what you see is the reaction cycle of a certain metal element. As you can see, there is not much difference between mole chemistry and magic alchemy. They are both ways for humans to explore the truth. Our wizards pay more attention to thinking about what you want, so they are more concerned about theory, how closely this complements each other. That's it. Nicole LeMay glanced at the magic circle drawn by Elena and nodded nonchalantly. When the experiment is over tonight, I will spend half a day in the daytime tomorrow to confirm it. If the fit between the two is really so high, then I certainly have no reason to reject this proposal to relieve my burden. You will be surprised, Mr. Nicole LeMay. Oh no. Should you call you Professor LeMay now? Elena smiled contentedly as she watched the great alchemist sign the name on the teaching contract. In addition, Newt Scamander, who has completed the course handover of the Magical Animal Protection class earlier this evening, has returned to the sequence of Professor Hogwarts, and is still in the Transfiguration class, following Professor McGonagall. Sirius Black, who was the last teaching assistant internship before the official substitution, has finally decided on the list of Hogwarts professors this year. Not to mention, Lupin, who now serves as defense against the dark arts, was originally the best professor of this class in the original book. If Hogwarts is an open card draw game, then I'm almost like the opening card pool. Elena calmly grabbed Phoenix Fox's little fish and rice, watching Dumbledore answer and arrange the future teaching plans of the wizards in the room in turn, squinting happily and thinking secretly. Although a certain former Slytherin dean who is a little greedy, fear of death and vanity has not yet returned, after the successful experience of recruiting Gidro Lockhart, in Eleanor's view, Horace Slughorn is not difficult to persuade. When the research on the cracking and reuse of Horcruxes has progressed to a certain stage, the Wizards of the Destiny Group should begin to contact Professor Slughorn. Judging from the current situation, the future expansion of Hogwarts is inevitable. The number of faculty and staff in the school today is far from being able to support the Hogwarts College City plan. And the next main job is to be an ordinary little wizard, from the perspective of the bystander, carefully savoring and feeling the changes in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As for the starting point, start with writing a diary. All right. There is still a short while before the end of the evening class. She took this opportunity to take a break and get ready. Perhaps Tom was a little weaker in strength during this period, but it was definitely not a cannon fodder that could be needed at will. In any case, the opponent is also a dangerous wizard whose future is dubbed the Dark Lord. Compared to the other Horcruxes, the soul in this diary may be the real Voldemort. At the same time, this may be the version of Tom Riddle that Dumbledore feared the most. After all, in theory, Tom Riddle, as a student, was even more dangerous in terms of IQ and human cunning than in the future. He did not have any illusions and allowed Hogwarts to experience the abolition of the school, and relying on his own efforts, he made his debut as a campus idol and solved this unexpected disaster as a conspirator. To some extent, Elena touched the hot wings of the phoenix and glanced thoughtfully at the Slytherin family that is now flat, framed, and neatly hung on the wall behind the head of Hogwarts' desk. Title deed, eyes flicker. Some similar things. She seems to have just experienced it not long ago. Hogwarts is indeed a magic castle favored by the Demon Kings. Chapter 1 Night, Maybe There Will Be Again. Chapter 798. Those in the Shadows. Hogwarts Castle, the noisy hall in the daytime, is now quiet. With the ringing of the bell for the last get out of class, the first day of Hogwarts classes finally ended. The little wizards walked out of the classroom in twos and threes with their books in their arms, and slowly moved towards their common room with dull expressions. After a whole day of devastation, the children who had not yet fully adjusted to school life at this time still a little confused. Compared with last year, Hogwarts has obviously improved a lot in terms of course intensity and course density this year. In simple terms, it has roughly changed from the original happy education to the so-called elite education. At Eleanor's suggestion, an average of about 2 hours of lessons were added to each little wizard's timetable. Even on weekends, there will be a corresponding half-day of study time, but according to the Hogwarts schedule, here are mainly some more interesting courses, such as low-grade flying lessons or defense against the dark arts, magical animals conservation section. All in all, after a series of reasonable adjustments, the conversion rate of students' energy was ensured to the utmost extent. Although the pure-minded students have not yet realized the future life in hell, but after experiencing a more fulfilling study on this day than before, most of the little wizards are thinking about quickly returning to their soft bed. In the sparse and silent crowd, Draco Malfoy was deliberately half a step behind, at the very end of the team. Slytherin College is located on the basement level of the castle. The dim magical torches shining in the green crowd, and shadows are reflected on the long and narrow stone walls, and at the end of the crowd is the half-opened entrance stone door to the lounge. Draco squinted his eyes and watched Premier Shadow Irina gradually disappear behind the door surrounded by the freshmen. In a daze, he seemed to see another girl with a different hair color when he received the admission letter from Hogwarts a year ago. Draco had similarly become the focus of the crowd in the school. Immature thoughts. Only later, Draco Malfoy took a deep look, then turned and sank into the shadow in the opposite direction. After crossing the empty marble steps, Draco gently pushed open the auditorium door. Before his eyes could adjust to the suddenly dimmed environment, a gentle voice suddenly came from the long table of Gryffindor College. You are slower than I thought, Mr. Malfoy, you are late. Bill Weasley stood up, the moonlight streaming on his red hair through the window, looking dangerous. Draco Malfoy took a deep breath and returned to the road calmly. According to the content of the mission you previously conveyed on your behalf, I need to confirm that the Miss Shadow can leave the crowd after returning safely to the lounge, and come here to prepare for the Foundation research work in the evening. Besides, you have not agreed on a time. Bill Weasley glanced at the boy standing in the doorway. Do you know what you have to face later? A little guessed. Malfoy, you should know that part of your parents passed in secret, right? Those bad positions. Yes, Mr. Weasley. But that's all in the past. It's just the past that the Ministry of Magic promised to compromise. As for the real situation, Bill raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said softly with a sneer, once you formally participate in the Foundation project, you will not be able to leave halfway. You are likely to collide with your family at some point in the future, you know? Of course, this is why I am here. Draco replied, neither humble nor arrogant. His eyes didn't move at all. With a smile on Bill Weasley's face, he stepped forward and patted Draco Malfoy on the shoulder. He took out a shiny silver card and handed it to the boy. Under the faint light, Draco, the wing pattern above can be vaguely seen. Draco subconsciously stretched out his hand and was about to take the card from Bill's hand, only to find that the class researcher was holding the card tightly, so strong that he almost thought that the card was directly in Bill Weasley's hands. This is a salary certificate issued by the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to the Gleeville members of the Foundation. Bill Weasley looked down at the blonde boy in front of him and said lightly, if you unfortunately die tonight or in future events, the probability is not small that all the wealth in it will be put in the hands of your parents as a pension. Now, you have one last chance to regret it. Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows and stubbornly snatched the card. Very well. The venue for tonight's event is set next to the Gryffindor College Common Room, which is across from the Tapestry of Barnabas on the 8th floor of the castle. The two of us are going separately. I will go first. You pay attention to follow me. Bill Weasley nodded in satisfaction, and resolutely turned and walked towards the wooden door at the other end of the auditorium. In fact, there is one point that he did not tell Draco Malfoy, that although he is a Gleeville researcher, his previous work did not involve direct contact with such high-risk containment objects, similar to this formally participating in the containment of the Foundation. For Bill Weasley, the research activity was also the first time in his life. The passage just now was not what he read from any manual, but what Professor Gidro Lockhart secretly told him at the end of today's course. Gwa. Birthday, sick, Gukak. Right. Chapter 799. Serious People Who Write Diaries. Large chapter. The sun sinks, and night falls. Perhaps it was the summer sequely. Even the most lively Gryffindor College lounge in Hogwarts lost its former vitality on the first night of this school. The students rushed to their feet after washing up. On the bed, within half an hour, there was a slight snoring sound in the Gryffindor dormitory, and just less than 10 meters from the Little Lions, in the responsive room on the 8th floor of the castle, Draco Malfoy stood in the corner of the room somewhat restrained, and not far from him, Bill Weasley also looked a little worried. This is a strange room they have never seen before at Hogwarts. It looks 4 or 5 times the size of an ordinary classroom. The walls around the room are shimmering with a cold light blue. On the first floor, another barrier flickered in the room. In the middle of the room, there is only an old-school desk with an ordinary diary on the desk. Undoubtedly, that is the research target tonight's 1703, Tom Riddle's diary. Although it was not the first time that Bill Weasley, who was a curse solver, participated in this kind of incident dealing with dangerous magical items when he worked in the Egyptian branch of Gringotts, he had never seen such a specification and cautious situation. Over. Except for him and Malfoy, almost all the top wizards in the magic world can be called legends. 2 refiners of the Philosopher's Stone, the principal of Hogwarts, the editor-in-chief of the Devil, the first person in contemporary magical adventure, the master of magical animals, the supreme fairy queen. Such a luxurious lineup can even suppress dozens of fairy rebellions or giant wars, and even dozens of angry fire dragons may have to flee in a hurry in front of these wizards. However, considering the enemies they need to face, such caution is not completely incomprehensible. Since the public trial half a year ago, the name Tom Riddle has been completely circulated in the magic world. Unless it is a wizard who is completely isolated from the world, anyone in the magic social circle knows Voldemort's word games. Because of this, after Gidro Lockhart informed them of the official name of SCP-1703, Draco Malfoy and Bill Weasley stood quietly in the corner, Waiting for dumb, Professor Lido and others ended the discussion confronting the most dangerous black wizard in history and studying the Dark Lord's remnant soul props, which is unimaginable for most people. Judging from the manners of the people not far away, the argument seems to be finally coming to an end. Sorry, Ms. Caslana, I don't intend to agree with your dangerous thoughts. Nicole LeMay shook his head. As an alchemist, I can understand your curiosity. On the other hand, I also believe in your magical strength and wisdom, but this is not a repeated safety test. The uncertainty is too great. Taller. I have the same view. Among all the wizards present, you are the most unsuitable candidate. Grindelwald nodded his head with his arms folded, and agreed with LeMay for the second time. Although he looked down on Voldemort as a lunatic from the bottom of his heart, Grindelwald also had to admit that this uninfluenced wizard posterity was a bit strange in magic, especially those forbidden magic attempts in the soul realm. You are too old, and the magic power is too strong. Elena frowned, and said helplessly, Tom Riddle is not a fool. Professor Dumbledore should be very aware of his difficulties. If he feels danger, he will definitely hide there and pretend to die. On this point, I have to point out one extra point. Before Elena could finish speaking, Dumbledore said softly with a smile, Ms. Caslana, the magic in your body alone is no less than what I remember when Tom graduated from Hogwarts. Unless the diary is to distinguish the dangers according to age, you will not. There is no persuasiveness. I have said that in the future I see, it can only be me. Elena rolled her eyes, her face sank, and she was about to act as a prophet. However, to her surprise, Xenophilius Lovegood, who had been discussing the fringe in a daze, suddenly intervened in the topic. The middle-aged wizard first glanced at Newt, and then he was a little uncomfortable. Said with certainty, but well, I think Miss Caslana, you seem to have just made up a story. Huh? Elena raised her eyebrows. This newly promoted Mr. Hermit is a bit floating. And the most outrageous thing is that the guys around us actually believed in Xenophilius' intuition. This simply subverted Elena's previous understanding of these top wizards. The wizards who worship metaphysics can still. Is it a wizard? Exclamation mark. All in all, it's settled for the time being. Grindelwald coughed lightly and looked around at the wizards around him. The 05 members of the Foundation, in principle, are not allowed to come into direct contact with such high-risk containment objects that may affect their minds unless they must use their power. This is the rule you made at the beginning, dear number 0 Miss Fool. The old wizard grinned, showing a new tooth, and whispered meaningfully, Thank you for your kind reminder, Mr. Tower. My memory is not so bad. Elena rubbed her eyebrows and glanced at Grindelwald with some helplessness. Perhaps because the relationship is getting closer and closer, the first-generation old demon is now getting wider and wider, which makes her can't help but recall the feelings she thought she had forgotten. This kind of stubbornness of elderly people can sometimes be difficult for outsiders, especially when the other party was once a big man. As for tonight's plan, I have already elaborated once before, right? The girl sighed, opened her hands, looked at the surrounding grandpas and explained again. SCP-1703 is a Horcrux made by Tom Riddle during his student days. Its memory, knowledge, character, magic power and other aspects are most likely to be defined as that period. So the danger is not as high as you think. The way to inspire it is to open part of its own magic power, and charge it internally to resurrect part of its power. Regarding the research on Horcruxes, Elena's side was not without progress before. After a series of simple attempts, she found that the Horcrux itself does not actually have much magic power. It is more like an inanimate body injected with the elemental core. If there is no wizard to input magic power into it, it will remain silent. In fact, most of the power of Horcruxes is mainly to maintain their own state. Conventional physical and magic methods are not very effective when facing the Horcrux. It seems to solidify a layer of spiritual protection on the surface of the object. Before the magic is broken, the Horcrux itself is very difficult to be destroyed. In other words, There are two prerequisites for successfully inspiring diary. Elena raised two fingers and said seriously, I have a certain strength to support the emergence of Riddle's spirit body, and the will is strong enough to maintain himself in this process. And there will be no students at school who are controlled by Tom Riddle and can make him interested. In the original book, Tom Riddle absorbed Ginny's magic power and restored part of his power. As for his final manifestation of the spirit body in the secret room, he directly began to take the vitality of Ginny Weasley. To be more precise, it was not even a pure spirit body anymore. He had some kind of different ways of resurrection. This state only appeared in this diary, and the self-consciousness of the other Horcruxes was obviously much more chaotic. It's just that there are many inferences that Elena hasn't figured out for the time being. Perhaps only after real contact with Riddle when she was a student can she come to specific conclusions. In the eyes of girls, only Tom from that period can be considered a descendant of Slytherin. Before that, the easiest and most direct way is to imitate the original text and summon the 17-year-old Tom directly. Yes, I agree with your judgment. Gellert Grindelwald nodded carelessly, his eyes flickering, and a deep smile appeared. But in this room, there are obviously more suitable candidates than you. The two young gentlemen standing in the corner are the Miss Fool's future direct descendants of the Fools. Right? I think they are all very happy. Take the risk. I can. Hearing Grindelwald mentioning his name, Draco Malfoy held out his chest a little nervously. Shut up, Draco. This is not the time to solicit your wishes. Elena glared fiercely at Draco Malfoy, who was about to speak, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Professor Apocalypse, I remember we discussed this issue before. The students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are not a reserve army of the Devil King, and the grassroots members of the Foundation are not cannon fodder that can be consumed. The reason why they are here today is simply because they have the right to know this. Mr. Malfoy found us the diary, and Mr. Weasley was his direct contact. After a short pause, Elena said with her chin tilted to the side. Besides, even if you say so, the principal at Hogwarts would not allow such a thing. Then if you say, I agree, happened huh? Elena looked dazed, turned her head abruptly to look at Dumbledore, and almost accidentally bit her tongue. Sorry, what did you just say? It's not, I just said, Ms. Castellana, you are obviously not the most suitable candidate. Albus Dumbledore nodded, repeating again with a serious expression. If you are affected by Riddle's diary, this is the last situation we want to see. Even if the probability is only 1 in 10 million, there is no need to choose to take risks in such a plast magic of the future. The world doesn't just belong to you alone. The best way to grow is to give enough trust to those who walk with you. Then if I can't, can they do it, Professor Dumbledore? You know Voldemort. Certain mind. Of course Tom showed quite good attainments in this aspect when he was a student, but I have also found a solution to this, which can effectively prevent Riddle from getting into their brains. Dumbledore raised his hand and interrupted gently. I don't know when. A shabby wizard hat appeared in the old man's hand. In the magic world, there are 3 ways to resist magic: magic protection, magic confrontation, and magic props. And thanks to a bold new student, Hogwarts Sorting Hat has also been developed a brand new usage. Due to some unbreakable ancient magic, the Sorting Hat cannot be read. In other words, any wizard who puts on the Sorting Hat is equivalent to sealing his brain to the outside. Apart from the Sorting Hat, no person can know what the wizard is thinking about in his mind. This is natural. The pantheon of mind-resistance items. The Sorting Hat can protect their minds. Don't worry. Dumbledore blinked at the somewhat confused Elena, and explained calmly. As Nicole LeMay chose to come back, Dumbledore gradually realized that the change of times had begun. Whether it is him, Gale, or even Tom, they are all the magical glory of the last era. Just like the dreams that became clearer every night in the past year, they should start to think about it before the torch of the new era rises, passed on. For Dumbledore, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice for Elena and her partner to avoid detours. Immediately afterwards, Dumbledore turned around, beckoned to the two boys standing awkwardly in the corner of the room, and looked carefully at the eldest sons of the two different pure-blood wizard families, with a gentle smile on his face. The Malfoy family and the Weasley family were a combination he had never imagined. The conflicts of the previous generation may not be reconciled in a short time, but the new future does not need to bear some of the past. Whether it was breaking the barriers of the academy or easing the relationship between the various families in the magical world, Elena achieved a progress that Dumbledore had not been able to accomplish in less than a year. However, in contrast, Elena is still too conceited in some respects. In Albus Dumbledore's view, if there is only this child in the future, it would be too reluctant. She has discovered that she has potential peers, and it is his turn to cultivate the next thing. Work hard. Dumbledore looked at Draco Malfoy and Bill Weasley, who had come before him, cleared his throat and said, "As the two of you heard, what you need to face next is the Horcrux made by Tom Riddle before he became Voldemort, a diary he used in his student days. Of course, since you chose to step into this room, so courage and loyalty are naturally impeccable. I will give you little protection and help before then. But before that, I have a small question that you need to answer truthfully." Dumbledore's gaze swept across Draco and Bill's faces slowly, and he asked quietly with a smile, "Do you two have a habit of keeping a diary?" "Right, diary?" The two were stunned, and shook their heads in a daze. A serious wizard, especially a serious wizard, who can write a diary. Big chapter. Chapter 800. Warning. There is a very clear dividing line of power in the magic world, whether people admit it or not. From the defeat of the Dark Lord in 1945, to the beginning of 1992, and even for a long time in the future, the wizard who symbolizes the top power ceiling of the wizarding world is a wizard named Albus Dumbledore. Throughout Albus Dumbledore's nearly 100 years of life, in the first half of his life, only Gellert Grindelwald could be regarded as his equal opponent, and after that, Dumbledore had most of his energy. It was placed against the kid he personally picked up from the Muggle orphanage, Tom Riddle, who would later become Voldemort. Without the appearance of Elena, facing the resurrected Voldemort in the original book, Dumbledore would even have to sacrifice himself, and with a series of coincidences, in order to destroy the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Even if Elena and Grindelwald look down on Voldemort in their words, it is only based on his personal ideals and the development of power. As a terrorist leader who practices fear rule in the magical world, Voldemort would have never known how many times he had been killed if his personal strength was not high. In fact, even if Voldemort didn't have such powerful magic, he was terrible to chilling. 50 years ago, Tom Riddle, who was born in a Muggle orphanage, without any backing and background, not only won a large number of crowds at Slytherin College, but also discovered the secret room alone and successfully planted it. Even completed the Revenge of the Gunter family, and successfully set out the gold cup and the locket from Hepzibah Smith. At that time, Riddle was a snake who really knew how to forbear, and knew how to let prey jump into the hunting range. Perhaps among the wizards present, only Elena and Dumbledore could understand that, compared to the later Voldemort, who had a faceless face. The most difficult thing was that the 17 or 18-year-old was still at Hogwarts school. Tom Riddle. Draco, have you really figured it out? In the responsive room, Elena frowned, her lakeways staring at Draco Malfoy. In this diary, it is very likely that the soul of Voldemort's student days is sealed. You should have heard Professor Dumbledore just now. He is not an ordinary 6th or 7th grader, even if only a little weak. Magical powers, such as the mind-buoying mind, the Imperious Curse, and even the modification of memories, these are all possible in the process of contact. Don't worry, big sister, I don't have the use of the Sorting Hat to block the mind or mind influence is just an unproven guess, and even if it really has such a function, according to the original plan, your current magic power is very likely to be life-consuming. Elena glanced a little disgustedly at the torn hat with no morals, and said solemnly, "In order to avoid being perceived by Voldemort's remnant soul, In the initial summoning and communication process, all the situations will be completed by UL, and if it detects something wrong, it is very likely to take you as a hostage. The most serious situation may be that of Professor Quirrell as Quirrell, spending the rest of his life in the street. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. Professor Quirrell? He is not. Draco Malfoy shook his hands and opened his eyes in shock. Although he didn't get along for a long time, he still vaguely remembered that at the Halloween dinner last semester, Professor Quirrell rushed into the school auditorium with terrible scars and bloodstains, and the explanation for the time seemed to be "and many more." That scar, and the meaning of what Sister Elena said before. Yes, when I was patrolling the Forbidden Forest half a year ago, I happened to discover the secret of Voldemort possessing Professor Quirrell. Unfortunately, because the injured unicorns needed to be protected at the time, they were not able to completely stay in the Forbidden Forest. In the forest, Elena nodded very calmly, admitted openly. Her expression gradually became serious. Regarding the dossier in this area, after you reach the Bleeville Authority, you can find it from Mr. Lovegood. It is not a challenge to defeat a black demon in a period of weakness. But what I want to say is, even if it is under these circumstances, until Voldemort escaped from the hospital, we could not find an effective cure for Professor Quirrell. Therefore, if we determine that your mind is lost and completely controlled by Voldemort, we will take immediate action.